India's role at United Nations. That man is walking up to the stage in 2 minutes, in 1 minute, and in a few seconds. So I request each and every one of you to rise. Wait, hold on. Welcoming to Labour India UN Replica 2025, the man who has changed the future of Indian diplomacy at the United Nations, the former governor of the International Atomic Energy Agency, as well as India's permanent ambassador to the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise up and put your hands together for Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, IFS, to Labour India family. Accompanying him is the Managing Director of Labour India Group of Educational Institutions, Rajesh George Kulangara. For the 10th edition, where we mark the history of UN Replica across various struggles, we are accompanied by Mr. Josh, as well as the Director of Labour India Group, Ms. Tinu Rajesh. The dignitaries have showed us great amount of honor, and once again, with all due appreciation, we welcome you to this momentous occasion. Thank you.
A very good morning to one and all. It is with great pride and joy that we welcome you all to the United Nations Replica 25, hosted by Labour India Gurikulam Public School.
This event is a platform that allows young minds to explore the world of diplomacy and global governance, to understand pressing international issues, and to seek meaningful cooperative solutions, just as leaders do at the United Nations.
We are deeply honored to have with us Ambassador Sri T.P. Srinivasan, IFS, the mentor of our United Nations Replica and the Managing Director of the Labour India Group of Schools and Educational Institutions.
We also extend a warm and respectful welcome to Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, the Managing Director of Labour India Group, a visionary whose leadership and dedication continue to inspire every educational initiative under Labour India.
A special welcome to Mr. Dormal, our respected teachers, esteemed delegates, and all our distinguished guests gathered here today. We are delighted to have each one of you with us on this special occasion.
Let us begin this solemn occasion by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. May this event be a celebration of knowledge, unity, and peace, the very ideals of United Nations upholds. I request everyone to rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you. Please be seated.
To extend a formal welcome and set the tone for this momentous occasion, we invite Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director of Labour India Group of Schools and Educational Institutions, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished delegates of the UN, our Chief Mentor of UN Replica, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir, respected Principal, our student mentor, Domil, my dear delegates, the future delegates of United Nations. UN Replica was conceived as a replica, recreation of the UN. We are not here to mimic. We are not here to dramatize. We are not here to spice up. We are not here to fictionalize United Nations. There is no music, there is no dance, there is no drama. We are as serious as the delegates of different countries contributing to the dialogues and debates in United Nations, in General Assembly and Security Council. This is serious. This is our responsibility to tell the future generation that we are living in a world of realities. We have to think outside our boxes of the virtual realities, of the games, of the social medias, and of the influence of the screens that we pass through every day. We have to think beyond the box of our mobile phones. We have to look beyond the boxes of our laptops. We have to see the bigger, wider world that we live, the ground realities. That is why a school, a kindergarten to grade 12 school, is championing this responsibility of taking the core values of UN to the future citizens and the future leaders of the world. I am happy and grateful to our mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir. He's so busy. He's moving across the globe, moving around the country. But he makes it a point that he comes down, he spends his valuable time with each one of us so that he can inspire the future leaders. That small spark you are all waiting for, that small spark which will make you the future leaders who will lead our world. I think this is the most critical and serious curricular objective of schooling. We are not here to fetch you jobs. We are not here to tell you how to behave. Schools are here to tell you how to lead the world tomorrow. This transformation should happen in classrooms today. If teachers are not given this responsibility, if they focus too much on the portion covering, if they focus too much on exam preparation, if our parents focus too much on the marks and distinctions and the A+ we get, we will have a scarcity of global leaders. And we need to face this reality and we have to fight this reality. And thank each one of you and your parents and the teachers who took that pain to send you here to participate in this. We may be very small in numbers, but the might we have with our ideology, with the vision that we have for UN Replica is beyond words. And I thank from the bottom of my heart our Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir, who took this extra effort to be with each one of you, to be with us for the last 10 years. Thank you very much, sir. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude on behalf of each one of you and Labour India family, and welcome you, sir, to yet another edition, the 10th edition of UN Replica. I don't have to introduce Domil to you. He graduated UN Replica, and he's still here. This is a message for each one of you. If he's training 150 future diplomats in this room, I think this is a message for each one of you. It's paying forward. Give it forward. Take this spirit, share it with the next generation. Share it with your brothers and sisters, the younger ones. Thank you. That's a message, all I can give you. Welcome to UN Replica.
Thank you sir, for your inspiring words of welcome and for your constant encouragement that motivates us all to strive for excellence.
We are greatly privileged to introduce our chief guest for today, Ambassador Sri T.P. Srinivasan, IFS, a distinguished diplomat, scholar, and mentor.
Ambassador Srinivasan joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1967, and through his illustrious career spanning over 37 years, he has represented India with distinction across the world.
He has served as India's High Commissioner to Kenya and Fiji, Deputy Permanent Representative of India to the United Nations in New York, and Ambassador to Austria and Slovenia. He was also Permanent Representative of India to the United Nations and the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, and Deputy Ambassador in Washington, D.C.
Following his diplomatic career, he served as the Executive Vice President of the Kerala State Higher Education Council, contributing immensely to educational reform and policy. He continues to inspire us, an author, columnist, and speaker of international repute.
We are truly privileged to have such an eminent personality among us today. As a token of our respect and gratitude, we would now like to honor our chief guest, Ambassador Sri T.P. Srinivasan, sir.
May I request Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director of Labour India Group of Schools and Education Institute, to kindly do the honors.
Director Rajesh Kulangara, the principal, and distinguished delegates. That's that you should be addressed as. This is a nostalgic moment for me because the last 10 years, I have never missed any of the sessions, whether it is Security Council or General Assembly. And I have seen it growing here in this particular campus. This year I must have inaugurated at least 20 model United Nations in different parts of India. But the only authentic one where we relate to the UN as it is only in this campus. That is why Rajesh and I invented UN Replica rather than Model United Nations. And I would spend all the 3 days here, but some strange mistake. I thought it was in November. And only discovered a few days ago that it was here itself. So I missed part of it, but I was not going to miss it altogether, and that's why I'm here. And I know Domil has virtually taken over this exercise because of his, not only his experience, but also his skills. So I'm sure that you have the kind of experience that we have been trying to give to you by not just pretending to be the United Nations, as Rajesh said, but to relive it in its originality. So it may not be as interesting as model UNs you may have seen elsewhere, but we try to give you the experience or having been at the UN itself. When you go to the UN one day, there's a feeling called déjà vu. That is, when you reach a place, you sometimes get a feeling, uncanny feeling that you have been here before, right? That feeling you must have had on when you go to a temple. You suddenly think that I have been here before, some kind of that kind of feeling. And that's what we are trying to generate. So I'm sure at least some of you will reach the United Nations as India's representatives through the Foreign Service, or you might go as UN volunteers, you may go in different capacities. But everything has to be genuine because the United Nations has a very specific format, a very specific methodology of functioning. And unless you experience that, you will not get the real feeling of what the UN is like. And that is our purpose. So every year we choose two items, one agenda item in the General Assembly and the other in the Security Council. And we try to enact, as it were, what the world body does. And this means each one of you transform yourself from an Indian to, say, a Chadian or a Saint Kitts and Nevis. So it is a play acting that we do. But every play acting has to be perfect so that we can understand the spirit of it. You must have felt all that. We chose two topics this year. One is the good old India-Pakistan question. You may wonder why it's called India-Pakistan question. And that was because we took this issue to the United Nations Security Council back in 1948, when India was facing the choice of either defeating Pakistan in the battlefield or defeating it in the United Nations. And Pandit Nehru, having been the Prime Minister only for a few days, he was told that he should order a war and throw the Pakistanis out of Indian territory. Many Prime Ministers may have been tempted to do so, but not Pandit Nehru. He told the cabinet that having been the Prime Minister for a few days, I'm not going to order a war. But this is a test for us. We have just established in 1945 United Nations with the purpose of keeping the peace in the world, not to fight wars. So with that idealistic bent of mind, he decided not to fight the war, but to go to New York and present the case to the United Nations Security Council. His idealism was such that he stuck to that. Even today, many people consider it a mistake that he made, in the sense that his generals were telling him that Kashmir could be cleared in a matter of hours. But now it is how many years? It's almost 80 years since this issue has been in front of the United Nations. So we learned the hard way that international politics is not always very fair. It is not very just. It is a power game that plays there. It doesn't matter whether your issue is genuine or not. Everyone will look at that agenda item to see what they can get out of the consideration of this item, not to resolve the problem, not to help India or Pakistan. And we have learnt it, and therefore we have struggled with it all these years. We have had several wars, we have had very many efforts to reconcile with Pakistan, but we have learnt it the hard way that this is not going to be possible. United Nations Security Council is not going to solve this problem. And therefore, we have taken it up the bilateral level rather than at the United Nations level. The United Nations Security Council considers these matters, but basically effort is still to improve our relations with Pakistan, and rather than go through the United Nations machinery. So it's a lesson that we have learned, may have been wrong not to have fought the war, but this lesson has been given to the whole world today, that United Nations was built not to take the world to heaven, but to prevent it from being taken to hell. That's all that you can accomplish. So it's a limited objective it has become. And as a result of that, today the United Nations is quite ineffective, because the veto power of the 5 permanent members. So everything that we see around us, it's a game play by the great powers. And India is no less great, but the composition of the Security Council is such that we do not have the kind of power that the permanent members have. So we need to continue with this effort at the United Nations, but without allowing anybody else to mediate on this issue. So our basic effort is to deal with Pakistan, either peacefully or if necessary by use of force. So these are two parallel things that happen. In the United Nations, we have to make sure that our case is well presented. You may have heard about V.K. Krishna Menon, who made an 8-hour speech on the Security Council, non-stop, and he finally fell down unconscious. And when he woke up, he said to the world that if you want to know what India's position on Kashmir is, please read my speech. And that still remains a classic speech on India's position on Kashmir, which has not changed. But it did not go the way we wanted it, and therefore we do not want to internationalize this issue anymore. And that is why when the most recent conflict, Operation Sindoor, took place, we refused to acknowledge any kind of interference from anybody, not even President Trump. As a result, our relationship with the United States has deteriorated. They were great friends, Mr. Modi and Mr. Trump, but now they are quite working at cross purposes because Mr. Trump has certain objectives which we cannot accept. And so we are now going through a very difficult time in our relations with the United States, but at the same time, we know that in the future world, we will have to be together with the democratic countries of the world. However important China or Russia may be, we will not be able to deal with them comfortably because China's objective is to dominate India. And the United States naturally would like you to be an ally, but more a subservient power. So in this new world order which is about to come about, United Nations has become a lower position because everyone is trying to deal with a new global situation. Because the United Nations is ineffective, basically because of the veto, and also because of the various problems that it has faced. So a new United Nations has to be created. That is the objective at the moment. And we do not know in what way it will go. But eventually it will have to be a world divided into democracies and autocracies. And that was not the structure today. But that is how it is emerging. So we will have to be with the democracies, there is no question. So however difficult Mr. Trump may be, however difficult the Western powers may be at this point, we cannot separate ourselves from the reality that we have to be with the democratic world. So China and Russia are not going to be our partners in the future, in the new world order. But in the meantime, United Nations has to maintain the traditions of the UN Charter, and those are the principles we try to use in dealing with other issues. So you are discussing the reform process. I was present in the UN in 1979 when we first proposed a reform of the Security Council. And at that time, we did not ask for permanent membership. We did not ask for expansion of the permanent membership. We merely wanted more non-permanent members so that the balance between permanent members and non-permanent members could be maintained. But the opposition to that came from most unexpected quarters. Nobody wanted to touch this structure. And since then, till today, every year, we are debating the reform of the United Nations. Very many things were tried, but unless the fundamental question of veto is resolved, we will have no effective reform. But that's why we now talk about the reformed United Nations or reformed multilateralism. But what has happened is the very country which suggested the United Nations for the first time, United States, is already, making obituary speeches about the UN. I don't know how many of you heard what President Trump told the United Nations General Assembly. He said, you are worthless, you are not effective, you are not able to live up to the reputation of the United Nations Charter. And so he was suggesting that we might as well wind up the United Nations. And what is the solution that he is suggesting? That he will take over. He will be able to resolve all these problems. And he says, I already resolved 7 conflicts. We don't even know what conflicts he resolved. He says he stopped the war between India and Pakistan. We never heard from him during the war. So it's a very critical moment that the United Nations is going through. So, but your job is to basically understand the United Nations Charter very well. What exactly was the objectives and what has it been accomplished? It may not be true that it has stopped all wars. There have been 800 wars since 1945. But many things have happened. Even at the height of the Cold War, we were able to pass a resolution about Palestine, because it was resolved that both Israel and Palestine will live as good neighbors. And that is something beyond imagination at the moment. So similarly, several conflicts, India-Pakistan is the same way. But what we need to do as budding diplomats or negotiators or Indian leaders, what you need to understand is where we started from. And those principles remain constant. So what we need to do is to reform the United Nations in such a way that while it adjusts itself to the realities of the world, it must also remain loyal to the principles of the UN Charter. What the UN has done in these 80 years is basically to standardize behavior on the basis of the UN Charter, whether you are actually following the fundamental principles. And there have been many, many variations, and we find it very difficult to bring it back to the old system. And that is why reform is required. Many things have been tried, many new permanent members were suggested, but the world is not yet ready for that. And so what may happen is we may have a new United Nations quite soon, and that may try to go back to the original principles, but will have to be reformed in various ways. So we have to see what President Trump does eventually. And my hope is that he'll himself come around to this position. He'll be more realistic, because he said that he will stop the Russia-Ukraine war within 24 hours, but nothing has happened. He has not solved the Palestine issue. There is a program, there is a bit of a ceasefire, but nothing has changed. The United States continues to support Israel. So all these have to change, and countries like India, we remain steadfast, we remain purely committed to what the United Nations was, whether it is on the question of nuclear weapons or many other issues. We have remained very steady. And eventually, I think the thinking of India is what is going to be prevalent once you have a normal US president. And then we may be able to negotiate these things better. So we are going through that critical moment. But when you speak of reform, you must stay committed to the Charter of the United Nations. It has been very flexible. Very many things have been accomplished by the UN Charter, even when it is not mentioned in the Charter itself. So it has been flexible, it has been amended in many ways, but you have to remain faithful to that. So UN reform is therefore very much linked to the other issue that we are discussing in the Security Council, because whatever India-Pakistan situation may amount to, eventually that problem has to be resolved, the so-called Kashmir problem. There is only one solution to it, that India must get back the occupied Kashmir, which is under Pakistan's control. So they are using that to get their own benefits, and we also are trying not to create a war situation, so that gradually and slowly the so-called Pakistan-occupied Kashmir can return to India. But the solution will not be found at the UN. What we are doing at the UN is to present your position and insist that legally, constitutionally, Kashmir is part of India. It's still going to be a long way. First of all, you have to deal with the Kashmiris. We have to carry it with us, and they are also tempted by feeling that they can probably do better off with as part of Pakistan. So both these are complex issues. I'm sure you must know all the specific points, and I'm sure this discussion that we are going to have on both these issues, as usual, will throw new light on these subjects. But both these are going to remain with us. When you go back to the UN or UN delegates, you will find that there has been a deja vu. You have seen this before. So there is a certain repetitiveness. But in the UN, in multilateral diplomacy, you have to be very patient. You cannot find solutions across the board. This is a gradual process of convincing people as to what the real situation is, because there's always misleading information going around the world. Why India is not implementing the Security Council resolution? Everybody will be asking you. I'm sure you have found out the reason, because Security Council resolution is binding on member states. So Pakistan repeatedly says that India has not implemented the Security Council resolutions. That is because they have not read the Security Council resolutions. I'm sure you must have learned. There are 3 aspects to the resolution of conflict according to the Security Council. They want Pakistan to be completely withdrawn from occupied Kashmir. That's the first step. The second step, that India should establish its control over whole of Kashmir. And number 3, there must be a referendum. This is the decision of the Security Council. But Pakistan never talks about the first 2 aspects. They keep saying, you have not implemented the resolution. Where is the referendum? But it doesn't come before the other 2. So India is very much in its right to say that we will implement the Security Council resolution in full, first, second, and third parts. And Pakistan does not say this, and therefore many delegations are often ignorant of these aspects. They only read the 3rd paragraph, they don't read the 1st, 2nd. And also the fact that if the people of Kashmir break away from India for any reason, through any method, who will take care of the 100 million Muslims in this country is a question we have to ask. I have asked these all Islamic countries, brothers. They come to me and said, oh, you are a great country, India. You have only 100 million Muslims. Why don't we give Kashmir to Pakistan and be comfortable? But the problem is this, that if Kashmir breaks away from India and joins Pakistan, then 100 million Muslims' future will be in danger, because we will not be able to help them. We will not be able to save them from the anger that will be generated by violating the fundamental principle. So this is what the world has to understand. It has to be a friendly Indian population, regardless of communities, religion. Then only India can fulfill its full mandate. And that is the sooner the United States and others understand that, the better. So Kashmir is not just an issue of a territory. It is a matter of fundamental existence of India. And that is what you have to emphasize. And then only others will understand what India is trying to say. It's all very complex, but I'm sure in these 2 days, you'll be able to bring out some of these, and in your resolution, you'll reflect some of these ideas. So I wish I could be here for the whole day, but unfortunately, I have to be in Trivandrum by 5 o'clock. So I'm going to rush off, but I feel comfortable that I was able to come here in spite of my little bit of bad health and associate myself with this once again. Of course, Rajesh and I had bigger plans for this year to take you to the United Nations, but that had to be postponed. But that is one part of our agenda. That's at least some of you will be able to go to the United Nations and see for yourself how the situation works. It's an expensive proposition, but it can be accomplished. And that is probably at least 11th year or 12th year we may be able to accomplish it. So be brave, be courageous, have confidence in the UN, and have confidence in India's ability to deal with international issues, not with an iron hand, but with a sense of justice and a sense of fairness. So thank you very much. I hope you have an enjoyable time, and maybe next year we'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the deeply insightful and inspiring address. Your words have truly enlightened and encouraged our young delegates to think critically and act responsibly.
Once again, thank you, sir. Now we have photo session. So I request the Warwin School Wycombe delegates and teachers, please come forward. Volunteers, please guide them. The Warwin School, please come forward. Volunteers, please help them. Next, I request St. Mary's English Medium School, delegates and teachers. Please come forward. St. Mary's English Medium School, Manarkadu. Algebra Global School, delegates and teachers, please come forward. Algebra Global School. Next, I request Cardinal Padiyara Public School, Manimala. Next, I request Aravinda Vidyamandiram Senior Secondary School. Now I request Marymount Public School delegates and teachers. Marymount Public School. Now I request Holy Cross Vidya Sadan delegates and teachers. Holy Cross Vidya Sadan delegates and teachers. Next, I request the Garden School Anakal, delegates and teachers, please come forward. Liberia Public School, Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, 4, 5, please be ready. Mother teachers. All other classes, please line up over there with the mother teachers. Class 7, Class 8, Class 1, mother teachers. One to 5, please move. Class 1 to 5, please move. Teachers, please be with them. Volunteers, please help them. Class 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, line up fast. Class 8, 9, 12, 11, 12, 10, all the classes line up fast. Mother, please, teachers, please help them. Class 6, please be ready. Ask 9 height wise. Nine, eight.
someone else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Here among us today. As a token of our respect and gratitude, we would now like to honor our chief guest, Ambassador Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir.
May I request Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director of Labour India Group of Schools and Educational Institution, to kindly do the honor. All of you, kindly rise up. Thank you, sir. This gesture reflects a heartfelt appreciation for your invaluable presence and contribution.
I request all students to just rise once again and give a final thanks to Sir in the form of clapping. Thanks a lot. The man who have redefined Indian diplomacy, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan. Thank you once again, sir, for your valuable presence in making this event colorful than ever. Thank you. All of you, please be seated. Thank you. Now, security delegates, Security Council delegates, please come to the front. Please come to the front. All of you, come join me in the dais. All right. So now all of you would be taken to a separate room, and you and the Republic of India. Yeah. So all of you would now be taken to a separate room, and you would be told as to what Security Council is going to look like. You guys are welcome to join us as spectators over there. That's completely cool. And the Security Session Council will have the same formatting, but then different seatings ready. So shall we move over there? Everyone's good? Yes, any questions? Any questions so far? Perfect. We'll move. Yeah. Guys, pack up your bags. Let's go to the Security Council room. All right. Also, a fair bit of announcement. Before we proceed to the SC room, your refreshments are ready. So please make sure you go and collect your refreshments before we head over there. So this is the inside auditorium. Teachers, kindly help teachers of Labour India school, please help students navigate to the location. Thank you.
The Security Council will convey to address the volatile, long-standing dispute between India and Pakistan and its threat to international peace and security. The debate focuses on achieving de-escalation and promoting a peaceful settlement. Key concerns include the escalation of violence along the line of control and the persistent threat of terrorism, with the objective of urging both nations to resume sustained bilateral dialogue and fully respect the ceasefire.
Excellent statement done. Okay. Now, please rise up and observe a minute of silence. Please be seated. All right, so delegates starting from in alphabetical order could begin their statements. We'll start off from the delegate of Algeria. President, please acknowledge them and please stick with the official lingua franca. aka verbatim.
I call to order the 9440th Security Council of the United Nations. Today's agenda of the Security Council is the India-Pakistan question. The distinguished delegate of India is asked to speak.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address the Security Council today on the pressing issue of the India-Pakistan question. My delegation views the crisis as a grave threat to international peace and security and is enraged by the recent escalation of violence. India directly attributes major terror attacks such as the recent Pahalgam attack to Pakistan-sponsored or Pakistan-trained terrorist groups such as Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, often operating under proxies like the Resistance Front. Pakistan is the epicenter of terrorism, a nation which uses terrorism as an instrument of state policy against its neighbors. Pakistan has a history of financing and providing sanctuary to UN-designated terrorists. We demand Pakistan to end the grave and ongoing human rights violations in the areas it illegally occupied. We have been tolerating Pakistan's brutality since the partition up till the recent vicious Pahalgam attack. The country has spearheaded many terrorist attacks, including the 2008 Mumbai attacks, 2019 Pulwama attack, and the recent Pahalgam attack. The country's actions are unacceptable and sickening. Pakistan is attempting to deflect global attention from its internal failures and uses forums like the UNHRC and UNGA to spread recycled falsehoods and propaganda against India. My delegation did not come here merely to appeal for sympathy. We came to demand the protection promised by the very charter that binds this council. The crimes committed against my nation have names, faces, and documented evidence. They are not an accident of history. They are a calculated assault on global order. We refuse to accept that those who wage war on civilians can hide behind the veil of state sovereignty. The choice before you, Excellencies, is simple. Uphold the rule of law or allow impunity to prevail. The future of justice rests on the people of India. Votes today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Delegate of India, for your words. Now I call upon the Delegate of Denmark to speak on this matter.
Tak Ariel Formand, Hilsen fra Kongere, Denmark. First of all, the delegation of Denmark would like to congratulate the Russian Federation in convening the presidency of the session. Denmark asks, when will the people of Kashmir stop being collateral to this diplomatic hesitation? Denmark stands committed to a peaceful rules-based resolution of India-Pakistan conflict, one grounded in dialogue, restraint, and respect for international law. Denmark recognizes that both India and Pakistan bear shared responsibility for ensuring that the people of Kashmir are no hostages to political tension, but beneficiaries of peace and development. The Pahalgam attack of 22nd April 2025, where 26 civilians, including foreign nationals, were massacred in Jammu and Kashmir, is a grim reminder that terrorism knows no borders and spares no lives. No political grievance can justify such heinous acts. Denmark condemns this attack unequivocally. The resistance front linked to Lashkar-e-Taiba claimed initial responsibility, which was then later retracted, whereas India alleges Pakistan of the Pakistani involvement. Regardless of verification, Cross-border militancy violates the international norms and erodes trust. Denmark calls upon Pakistan to maintain and take transparent variable measures in cooperation with international partners to dismantle any networks supporting cross-border militancy and ensure accountability to the whole world. At the same time, Denmark urges India to ensure that every security response remains proportionate and fully in accordance with the human rights obligations and relevant Security Council resolutions. Accountability must guide, not follow, the pursuit of peace. Under the UN Charter, Article 24 entrusts this Council with maintaining international peace and security. Article 2, Clause 4 forbids the use of force against any other state's sovereignty. These are not ideals. These are obligations. Denmark reaffirms the continued relevance of Security Council resolutions 47 and 1172, which urge restraint, dialogue, and respect for the will of people in disputed territories. Hereby, Denmark supports invoking Article 99 to enable the Secretary General to facilitate dialogue between India and Pakistan and to prevent further escalation. We also support establishing a UN-mandated fact-finding mission to investigate the Pahalgam attack and strengthen accountability. Denmark proposes 3 immediate confidence-building measures. Firstly, a direct military hotline between India and Pakistan to prevent miscalculation. Secondly, a joint monitoring group building upon the UN's framework for transparent verification of ceasefire violations. Thirdly, a civilian protection that guarantees secure humanitarian access along the line of control. Beyond ceasefires and dialogues, Denmark urges this Council to prioritize humanitarian access and socio-economic rehabilitation of affected civilians, including education, healthcare, and post-conflict trauma support. Region platforms such as the SARC could be revitalized to complement the UN efforts and build confidence through economic and people-to-people ties. The Security Council must rise above the paralysis of the great power politics. Its silence in the face of repeated escalation risks, normalizing instability as a new status quo. Kashmir is not a battlefield. It is a test of this Council's integrity. If we cannot defend peace there, what right do we have to speak of peace anywhere in this world? Denmark stands ready to work with all Council members, especially India and Pakistan, to translate dialogue into durable peace. Thank you. Tak for that.
Thank you, distinguished representative.
You are not advised not to tap on the table. It's not just, not in the Security Council at least. Thank you. Appreciate it. Please.
Thank you, distinguished representative of Denmark, for your statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea to make a statement.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, the Republic of Korea congratulates Russian Federation on assuming the presidency and thanks the Secretariat for its briefing. Under Article 24, this Council must safeguard international peace and security. The stability of India and Pakistan, key ROK partners, is essential for South Asia and beyond. As a facilitator here, we reaffirm our commitment to bridging divides through dialogue and multilateral action. The Charter's principles are clear. Article 2, Clause 3 requires peaceful dispute settlements. Article 2, Clause 4 bans the use of threat of force. Recent escalations, including cross-LOC strikes and treaty suspensions, violates these. Resolution 47 and 51 insist no resolution by force in Jammu and Kashmir. We are gravely concerned by nuclear rhetoric. As an NPT, no nuclear state, the ROK understands these essential threats. May's consultation urged restraint, scrutinizing Pakistan's Shaheen-3 test on April 28. These must be heeded to avert catastrophe. Article 33 offers the way: negotiation, mediation, inquiry. We reaffirm our call on both nations to restore hotlines, uphold the May 10 ceasefire, and review Simla and Lahore commitments. The 2003 LOC ceasefire must be strengthened. Resolution 1373 compels us to denounce terrorism outright. India suffers from Pulwama, 40 lives lost, and Palgam, where 26 tourists fell to the resistance front. Linked to Lakshar-e-Taiba, no heavens or excuses for enablers. Uphold civilian protection under humanitarian law. Border shelling displaces families along the Shaib and Jhelum. Schools close, lives upend. The Secretary General warns of the most fragile ties in decades. Unity demands de-escalation now. True peace stems for cooperation, not suspension. We urge SARCs reveal to bolster bilaterals, practical steps, reactive hotlines, boost exchanges, enhance UN counter-terrorism via UN MOGIP. The ROK offers support, track 2 talks in Seoul, water diplomacy expertise, humanitarian aid. South Asia cannot repeat our DMZ's fate. Our peacekeeping in 18 missions proves reconsultation works with courage and solidarity. Peace is choice, not fate. We implore India and Pakistan, dialogue over destruction, shared futures over strife. We recommend to charter aligned efforts, drawing on our inter-Korean model. Endorse a UN roadmap, progress reports, mediation, terror benchmarks. Peace yields trade, security prosperity, beyond force shadows. Thank you.
Delegate? Yes. Who's the next speaker?
Monsieur le Président, Secretary General, Under Secretary General, distinguished members of the Council. France extends its warm congratulations to the Russian Federation on assuming the presidency of this session. We thank you, Monsieur le Président, for convening this important session on the agenda item before us, the India-Pakistan question. France views with the gravest concern the military escalation that unfolded between India and Pakistan in May of this year. We witnessed exchanges of fire and reported drone incursions that brought another such confrontation. France calls for immediate de-escalation, for maximum restraint, and for the full respect of the ceasefire along the line of control. We welcome all efforts by regional and international partners to restore calm, but the responsibility for sustaining that calm rests first and foremost with the parties themselves. But let us not pretend that this crisis emerged from nowhere. It was ignited by terror, by the horrific attack in Palgam on April 22nd, when armed militants killed 26 innocent civilians in an act of senseless violence that targeted members of a particular community. Men were murdered before their families. Children were left orphaned. Entire communities were left scarred. This was not mere violence. It was a deliberate act of terrorism designed to destabilize Kashmir and undermine prospects for the peace in that region. France condemns this act of terrorism in the strongest possible terms. We extend our deepest condolences to the victims and their families. We stand in full solidarity with India. Every sovereign nation has the inherent right and the duty to defend its citizens against such atrocities, enshrined in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Terrorism, wherever it strikes, is an assault on the shared values of humanity and the very principle of the organization. For more than 50 years, the path towards peace between India and Pakistan have been clearly established. The Shimla Agreement of 1972 remains the sole legitimate and binding instrument for resolving all differences between these two nations. Any attempt to bypass this framework, to revive obsolete resolutions from a different era, or to impose external solutions would undermine international law and risk encouraging those who reject peaceful dialogue. France cannot support and will use all appropriate diplomatic channels to discourage any text, draft, or initiative from this council that contradicts the bilateral framework established at Shimla. To do otherwise would be to turn back the clock on 50 years of diplomatic understanding and peace building. The task before this council is not to excavate the past, but to reinforce what works. France urges both India and Pakistan to recommit the spirit of the letter of Shimla, to restore communication channels, including military hotlines, and to resume direct dialogue without preconditions at the earliest opportunity. This dialogue must be guided not by rhetoric, but by restraint, not by provocation, but by partnership, and not by violence, but by vision. The vision of peaceful, stable, and prosperous South Asia. Distinguished delegates, we condemn the United States and the others for their role in helping to restore calm in May. We acknowledge the United Nations' consistent advocacy for stability, China's call for restraint, and collective efforts to ensure humanitarian access along the line of control. We also recognize the constructive engagement of the Russian Federation in its new capacity as Council President, and the measured leadership shown by the Secretary General and Undersecretary General. But let us be clear-eyed. Any attempt to use this council to bypass established bilateral commitments will find no support from France. France's policy is principled, consistent, and unwavering. Peace must be built through dialogue, not dictated through resolutions. Terrorism cannot be justified. It cannot be rationalized. And international community must unite to ensure it never succeeds in derailing the pursuit of peace. France will continue to stand for dialogue, law, dignity, and human decency, the values at the very heart of this organization. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of France, for your statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Slovenia to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, allow me, first and foremost, to extend my delegation's warmest congratulations to you on your assumption of the presidency of the Security Council for this month. Slovenia condemns without reservation the brutal terrorist attack on Pahalgam that ripped through families, pilgrims, and innocent civilians. This was not an assault on India. It was an assault on the integrity of the international community, and the very rules of this council exist to uphold. We are not witnessing a routine border incident. Two nuclear-armed states, together representing over 1.6 billion people, face a spiral of violence, and that threatens regional stability and global security. The Council cannot afford double talk when lives and peace are at stake. Silence is not complicity. Slovenia is deeply alarmed by Pakistan's repeated military bombings and attacks that targeted civilian population and escalated the conflict. Such actions are not defensive. They are deliberate provocations that violate international law and further inflame an already escalated situation. Every bomb dropped in civilian areas is a scar on humanity and a warning that peace cannot survive selective respect for law. Furthermore, the reported suspension or manipulation of the Indus Water Treaty by Pakistan demonstrated a troubling willingness to weaponize basic resources. Water is life, not leverage. To block or control it is a political tool that threatens millions of civilians and violates both the Vienna Convention and the laws of treaties and humanitarian principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Pakistan's actions risk turning a shared lifeline into a weapon, compounding the suffering of innocent people and destabilizing the region. The Jammu Kashmir dispute must be addressed peacefully and bilaterally in line with the UN Charter and the Shimla Agreement. Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan must immediately exercise restraint and respect the line of control. Direct channels of communication must be restored. Independent investigation must be permitted, and accountability must be enforced without delay. The international community must increase coordinated measures to disrupt financing and safe havens and state-supported terror networks. While the Secretary General's good offices convene sustained diplomacy to rebuild trust, Slovenia will stand with partners who defend sovereignty, international law, and the sanctity of civilian life. This Council choose courage over convenience, principle over pretense, and action over indifference. The future of 1.6 billion people will be written by what we do next. Fail to act, and this Council will be remembered as not as a guardian of peace, but an accomplice to massacre. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Slovenia, for the statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Sierra Leone to make the statement.
Honorable Delegate DM for CM Mopla Conflicti, Neutral Neutrality. Their complicity, the Council Fio du Sontin, we go make peace, here justice day. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. First of all, the Republic of Sierra Leone would like to congratulate the Russian Federation for their role as the President of the Security Council. Sierra Leone rises today not to point fingers, but to raise a voice for peace. A peace long overdue for the people of South Asia. As a nation that has known the cost of war, Sierra Leone stands before this council with one message: there is no victory in bloodshed, and there is no justification for the silence in the face of suffering. The Republic of Sierra Leone expresses grave concern over the recent escalation of hostilities between the Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. We have seen this tragedy before. Nations pushed to the brink, civilians caught in the crossfire, and the council paralyzed by politics. If the Security Council cannot act now, then when will it ever? The events unfolding in South Asia threaten not only regional stability, but the very credibility of this council. Once again, power has silence principle. Once again, double standards have replaced decisive action. Sierra Leone refuses to remain silent while the world's strongest nations debate cinematics as weaker nations bury their dead. We reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, especially the obligation to maintain international peace and security, to take collective measures for the prevention and removals the threats of peace. Yet today, those obligations are being tested. We recognize the right of sovereign nations to defend themselves. But when defenses turn into destruction, the retaliation into routine, the Council must intervene. The targeting of civilians, the bombing of hospitals, and the obstruction of humanitarian aid are not acts of defense. They are violations of international law and humanity itself. Sierra Leone is deeply alarmed by the selective concern of certain permanent members of this council. When similar crises unfold elsewhere, swift action follows. But in South Asia, silence reigns. Peace cannot survive when global leadership is guided by the convenience instead of conscience. This council was not built to be a theater for the powerful. It was built to be a guardian for the powerless. If the permanent members continue to treat global peace as a bargaining chip, then they are not preserving the charter. They are betraying it. Sierra Leone calls for the immediate cessation of hostilities and urges both India and Pakistan to engage in a good faith diplomacy under the auspices of the United Nations. The charter is clear. Disputes must be settled through negotiation, mediation, and arbitration, not missiles, not bombs, and not propaganda. Furthermore, civilians must be protected. Every home destroyed, every life lost is a failure, not just of the warring parties, but of this council inactions. The humanitarian crisis unfolding demands immediate access for aid, organizations, and strict adherence of the Geneva Conventions. Sierra Leone emphasizes that no nation, however powerful, stands above the international law. Sovereignty does not grant immunity for aggression. Peace is not the privilege of the powerful. It is the right of every nation, whether large or small. In conclusion, Sierra Leone calls for 1. Immediate cessation of hostilities between India and Pakistan. 2. Full and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance. 3. UN facilitated dialogue and mediation to achieve lasting peace. And 4. Equal application of the UN Charter to all nations, without bias, without expression. Sierra Leone urges this council to rise above politics, reject hypocrisy, and act for the sake of peace, for the sake of humanity, and for the honor of this institution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Republic of Sierra Leone, for your making a statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Cooperative Republic of Uganda to make the statement.
Honorable President and distinguished members of the Security Council. Firstly, Guyana congratulates the Russian Federation on the presidency of the UN Security Council. Representing Guyana, I strongly condemn terrorism in all its forms and express my unwavering support for India in preaching the profound challenges posed by cross-border terrorism and escalations of violence along the Indian-Pakistan line of control. The recent surges in hostilities along the line of control is deeply troubling. Continuous exchanges of fire have led to unnecessary civilian suffering and threatened the fragile peace of the region. These escalations highlight a dire need for moderation and constructive dialogue. Terrorism remains the most destructive threat to peace and instability. On April 22nd of 2025, in Kashmir's Pahalgam, a brutal terror attack claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians, including foreign tourists and newlyweds, who were identified purely based on their religion. This assault carried out the Resistance Front, a proxy of the Lashkar-e-Taiba backed by Pakistan, was intended to sow hatred and communal conflict. In response, India launched Operation Sindoor, a precise and carefully calibrated series of strikes targeting the terrorist camps within Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Importantly, no Pakistan military or civilian infrastructure were targeted, highlighting India's intent to focus only on dismantling terror infrastructure that threatens peace. Yet, Pakistan escalated the conflict by launching drones and missile strikes against the Indian military and civilians. Operation Sindoor represents India's strategic clarity and resolve to combat terrorism within a framework of measured retaliation and restraint. It signals India's determination to protect its civilians while avoiding unnecessary escalations. The international community must recognize the India's actions are defensive and justified, aimed at eliminating terrorism and maintaining regional security. Guyana firmly supports India's position that peace is only possible by first addressing the root cause of violence. Terrorism sponsored and perpetuated by elements within Pakistan. The Security Council must demand that Pakistan dismantle all terrorist refugees and cease any support for groups that seek to destabilize not only India but also other nations. In closing, Guyana urges the Security Council to stand united against terrorism and violence, backing efforts that promote peace, justice, and security for all. We praise India's resilient pursuit of peace and its responsible actions in face of grave provocations. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, for making the statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Federal Republic of Somalia to make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, on behalf of the Federal Republic of Somalia, it is my honor to congratulate you on your presidency of this important council. Somalia greatly appreciates the opportunity to address this body at such a critical moment. Our country is still struggling with the lasting consequences of decades of civil war, famine, and state collapse. Since 1991, our people have endured immense suffering, our economy has been devastated, our institutions weakened, and our communities displaced. Despite these challenges, the United Nations has remained a steadfast partner in our peace process, state-building efforts, and national recovery. As Somalia assumes its non-permanent seat on the Security Council for the term 2025 to 26, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the Charter of the United Nations and to the shared goal of maintaining international peace and security. Nevertheless, Somalia continues to face significant internal challenges, recurrent droughts and floods, food insecurity, inadequate infrastructure, vaccine shortages, and persistent threats from non-state armed groups. These trials may limit our capacity, but not our determination to fulfill our responsibilities as a member of this Council. Mr. President, the recent tensions between the Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan are a matter of global concern for Somalia. Reports of military escalation, including cross-border strikes and the use of drones, are deeply alarming and threaten to destabilize the entire region. Of particular concern is India's announcement placing the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. For decades, this treaty has represented peaceful cooperation between two nuclear-armed nations over shared natural resources. Its suspension sets a dangerous precedent, undermining confidence in international agreements and heightening the risk of confrontation. Somalia urges both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint, resume meaningful dialogue, and honor their international obligations, including those under the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the Charter of the United Nations. The Council must emphasize that any conflict involving nuclear powers must be approached with the utmost care, caution, and diplomacy. Beyond the immediate crisis, these tensions have far-reaching implications for other vulnerable states, including Somalia. First, global humanitarian funds risk being diverted to address other emergencies, leaving fragile nations underfunded. In Somalia, food and health programs are already being cut, endangering the lives of millions. Donor countries must ensure that humanitarian assistance is protected and that crises elsewhere do not deprive those most in need. Second, instability in the Indian Ocean region poses a threat to trade and maritime security. Somalia's economy depends on open sea routes, ports, and international trade. We therefore call for a stronger coordination among Indian Ocean states through increased patrols, information sharing, and capacity building for countries like Somalia to ensure safe and secure maritime routes. Mr. President, Somalia is prepared to serve as a constructive and responsible member of this Council. We believe that the world is deeply interconnected. A crisis thousands of kilometers away can directly affect our children, our farmers, our coast guards, and our hospitals. We therefore call for renewed dialogue, fairness, and respect for international law. Together, we must protect our shared humanity and ensure that future generations do not bear the burden of conflict. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Federal Republic of Somalia.
All right, now you take the capacity. I would love to rest my capacity as the delegate of Russia, and now, like, okay, you have somebody remaining?
First, everyone, we are saying last. At last.
No, if you want to take it around this turn, you're allowed to do it. If you want to give a statement now. You want to go last? Okay, go ahead. No worries.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Federal Republic of Somalia, for making a valuable statement. Now, I invite the distinguished representative of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria to make their statement.
Good morning, Honorable President, distinguished delegate. The delegation of Algeria thanked the Security Council for granting us the opportunity to speak on India and Pakistan question, a matter that continues to challenge peace and stability in South Asia. Algeria deeply concerned about the tension that have persisted in the region for decades. History has shown us the conflict that are left unresolved can have devastating consequences, not only for the country's direct involvement, but also neighboring nations that are bordered international communication. In our shared responsibility to encounter dialogue and process escalation, while Algeria recognized the concern and aspiration for both India and Pakistan. We cannot overlook the conscious effort that made by India toward peaceful development and regional cooperation. India has demonstrated a commitment to democratic principles and economic progresses and humanitarian development that benefits millions and millions of citizens. Its proactive engagement in counter-terrorism initiates and it cooperating with the international community reflect a matter striving for stability in a complex region. However, Algeria also acknowledged the tension cannot be resolved unilaterally. Both nations must excuse, restrain, and prioritize dialogue over confrontation. Provocation action, inflammatory rhetoric, and unilateral measures only risk displacing the region further. Algeria believes that confidence-building measures, mutual respect, and open communication are essential for prevent misunderstanding, for escalation into conflicts. Furthermore, Algeria underscored the role of international cooperation and United Nations in facilitating dialogue. We encounter the Security Council to support platforms that bring both parties to the negotiation table, emphasizing negotiation, transferring, and other hands to international level. Peace is not simply for the absence of conflict. It is the presence of trust, cooperation, and opportunities for development. In conclusion, Algeria calls upon India and Pakistan to continue serving for peaceful solutions while reforming other beliefs in India's constructive approach towards regional stability. Algeria stands ready to support all initiatives that prioritize dialogue and protect civilians and promote long-term peace in South Africa. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, for making a valuable statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Hellenic Republic to make their statement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, one of the main agendas of the United Nations is to maintain world peace and security. Terrorism was, is, and will be a major threat to the maintenance of harmony between nations. Anyone who supports or ignores terrorism should know that a majority of the world population suffers due to radical terrorist ideologies. Any form of terrorism should be condemned. A major issue that has been concerning the whole world for decades is the long-going feud between India and Pakistan. Ever since the formation of the two nations, wars, attacks, and military operations have become very frequent in South Asia. In many occasions, the enmity between the two countries have led to wars, and we have seen world nations taking sides during these crises. One should take notice that it is always Pakistan who takes the first step in the rift. Recently, the Pahalgam terrorist attack, which shocked the whole world, made clear that the country provides support and funds for promoting terrorism. All the previous rifts between the two countries began with Pakistani soldiers or terrorists crossing the line of control. Greece has always supported India in these issues. One major part to be noted that India's attacks have always been focused on terrorist camps, while Pakistan have caused harm and killed many citizens of India. It is clear that indirectly or directly, Pakistan is supporting terrorism. Terrorism is a crime as it does not affect an individual nation only, but it disrupts world peace. Even the citizens of Pakistan are suffering due to their country's policies, which ignore public welfare and provide funds for terrorist activities. We request every member to boycott any nation which extends its support to terrorism. Terrorism is a rapidly spreading global disease. It should be eliminated at any cost. Greece strongly recommends making India a permanent member of the Security Council, considering its status as the world's most populous country, strong military, and efficiency in diplomatic affairs. It would help in creating an efficient solution for the India-Pak problem. Steps to ensure peace between the two countries should be taken while keeping in mind the welfare of citizens. We request countries like Turkey to stop protecting Pakistan and defending terrorism. It is a shame that even after experiencing so many crises, many countries think that Pakistan occupying Kashmir is right. Any acts which raise threat to a country's sovereignty should be condemned as terrorism. We express our sympathies to civilians of Pakistan who are struggling for basic rights and needs. We would like the UN to act as a mediator between the two nations and propose solutions for the welfare of both of them. India's resilience and the way of targeting only terrorist camps should be congratulated. The enmity between the two countries who shares a same history, ethnicity and culture is a matter of shame. We wish good for both the countries while strongly condemning terrorism, and we pledge to be on the side of truth. The idea of killing innocent people on the basis of fulfilling an ideology is baseless. This is a call for peace, to protect the weak, and at last take action. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the Hellenic Republic, for making a valuable statement. Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the People's Republic of China to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, first of all, we would like to extend our congratulations to Russia on being elected as the President of the Council. We take the floor today with a profound sense of responsibility towards peace, stability and development in South Asia, a region that stands at the intersection of history, humanity and hope. The long-standing issue between India and Pakistan, particularly with regard to Jammu and Kashmir, remains one of the most delicate and consequential disputes confronting our global community. It is not only a matter of territorial disagreement, but also one that deeply affects the lives, dignity, and aspirations of millions. In this issue, China's position has been consistent and principled. We firmly believe that all nations, regardless of size or strength, must adhere to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We call upon both India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint, avoid unilateral actions, and refrain from escalating tensions, whether on the borders through military posturing. The security and stability of South Asia must not be held hostage to confrontation or mistrust. We stress that Kashmir issue is a historical and complex matter, one that can be only resolved through dialogue and peaceful negotiation in accordance with relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Diplomacy and dialogue are the most effective ways to address the complex issues underlying the conflict. As a neighboring country and a permanent member of this council, we urge the international community to support peace, to encourage meditation, not militarization. It is imperative and welfare of civilians remain at the forefront of our deliberations. We also wish to highlight that development and stability are inseparable. Without peace, there can be no progress. Without dialogue, there can be no trust. Regional cooperation, whether through trade, connectivity, or cultural exchange, must not be overshadowed by historical grievances. Initiatives like the Belt and Road are designed precisely to foster shared prosperity and mutual understanding, not division. In this regard, we encourage both parties to rebuild channels of communication, revive confidence-building measures, and reaffirm their commitment to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, principles of mutual trust, mutual benefit, equality, consultation, and peaceful existence. A peaceful resolution would allow both countries to focus on economic development and improving the lives of citizens. This is a long-standing dispute that needs to be addressed through dialogue and diplomacy. Let us not forget that South Asia's destiny should be defined not by its dispute, but by its dreams of security, development, and dignity of all people. We stand ready to work constructively with all members to ensure that the region moves from tension to tranquility, from suspicion to stability. We will continue to work with the international community to promote peace, stability, and security in the region. By working together and promoting peaceful resolution, we can create a more stable and prosperous future for the region and the world. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the People's Republic of China, for making a valuable statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States of America to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the United States stands today not just as a nation, but as a believer in peace, dialogue, and decisive action. For decades, the India-Pakistan question has been like a wound that refuses to heal. Sometimes quiet, sometimes bleeding, but always there. We have witnessed the wars in 1947, 1965, and 1971, and we have seen soldiers guarding borders that could have been bridges. Each time, we have seen hope rise and fall. Every time, peace was so close, yet so far. These historical conflicts reminds us that the stakes are high, not just for South Asia, but for the entire world. Let's be honest, the US has not watched from the sidelines. We have stepped in, we have spoken out, we have worked behind the scenes when others chose silence. When tensions escalated after the Pulwama attack, when borders flared, and when nuclear shadows loomed, the United States acted decisively. We urged restraint, offered dialogue, and prevented a regional conflict from spiraling into a global crisis. Yet, while we acted, many others chose comfort over courage. Nations that speak loudly about global peace often get quiet when peace is hard. They wait for the US to intervene before criticizing us for something they could not do. The United States stands by India in its fight against terrorism, recognizing the deep scars left by violent extremism. At the same time, we urge Pakistan to take credible and visible steps to dismantle the networks that threaten stability across the globe. Let me share a simple analogy. Peace is like a garden. India and Pakistan both hold water cans. If one side pours water and the other side pours fuel, we can never expect flowers of trust to blossom. Just as a gardener must tend to their plants, both nations must nurture their relationship, fostering dialogue and understanding instead of animosity. History has shown us that from the fall of the Berlin Wall to the resolution of the Balkan conflicts, that peace is possible when leadership chooses courage over comfort. The same came to be true for South Asia. The same can be true for South Asia if both sides commit to a shared vision of security and prosperity. However, this council too must evolve. The UN cannot simply meet, debate, and adjourn without tangible results. We need reform that gives the council sharper tools, faster responses, and real accountability. The US proposes stronger crisis response mechanisms, regional peace envoys with real authority, and a transparent system to call out states that harbor terrorism. We have rebuilt nations after war, from Europe under the Marshall Plan to supporting Iraq's institutions and aiding Ukraine's resistance. The US does not walk away from crises. We face them head on. So we ask, when will the others do the same? Furthermore, the United States has invested significantly in humanitarian efforts, allocating over $100 million to assist Pakistan this year alone, aimed at alleviating the suffering caused by ongoing conflicts. Even the Prime Minister of Pakistan has extended his gratitude to the United States on multiple occasions, especially in the UN. Let me leave this council with some questions. How long will the so-called allies of India and Pakistan watch the conflicts unfold? How long will they wait for the US to respond, just so they can express their criticism? The United States believes that answer lies in courage, the courage to speak, the courage to act, and the courage to stand firm for peace. Because when everyone is too afraid to do it, at least the US should speak up. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished representative of the United States of America, for making a statement. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Republic of Panama to make their statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Panama takes the floor today with grave concern over the renewed hostilities between India and Pakistan, two nuclear-armed neighbors whose long and painful conflict continues to threaten regional stability and global peace. This council was established not to watch history repeat itself, but to prevent the very crises that now confront us. When dialogue gives way to gunfire, when diplomacy yields to destruction, the credibility of this council itself stands on trial. Panama reaffirms that the use of force by any party must always remain the last resort, governed strictly by international law, proportionality, and humanitarian principles. Both nations bear the solemn duty to act with restraint, not rhetoric, with responsibility, not revenge. We unequivocally condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, regardless of where it originates from or whom it targets. The right to self-defense, as enshrined in Article 51 of the UN Charter, is undeniable, yet it is not absolute. It exists hand in hand with the duty of restraint, accountability, and respect for civilian life. Terrorism must never hide behind the shield of sovereignty, but neither should counter-terrorism become a blank check of indiscriminate retaliation. Mr. President, the fog of accusation and propaganda, truth becomes the first casualty. Panama therefore calls for an impartial, time-bound UN fact-finding mission to examine the origins of this latest escalation, to verify claims, identify preparators, and separate fact from fiction. Only truth can lay the foundation for durable peace. Panama strongly rejects the politicization of this council's proceedings. We have heard delegations including Algeria and others hastily taking sides, issuing statements before evidence, and framing narratives before facts. To them, Panama asks, if peace is truly your purpose, why resist an independent investigation? If justice is your goal, why fear the truth? Selective sympathy is not diplomacy, it is hypocrisy. Even long-standing partners of both India and Pakistan, Russia, China, and the United States, have urged restraint and dialogue, recognizing that escalation serves no one. The world does not need champions of conflict. It needs custodians of peace. Mr. President, the people of South Asia have suffered long enough. From Srinagar to Karachi, generations have grown up under the echo of air raid sirens instead of school bells. Every bomb that falls, every child that hides in fear, is a failure of our collective conscience. Panama believes that peace cannot be imposed. It must be built patiently and impartially. To that end, we propose 3 concrete steps for immediate implementation. Firstly, a UN-supervised fact-finding commission with full and unhindered access to both the territories to ascertain the sequence of events and establish responsibility based on verified evidence. Secondly, a permanent bilateral verification and dialogue mechanism under UN supervision, complemented by a South Asian Peace and Development Fund. Thirdly, a joint anti-terrorism and security dialogue under UN auspice, bringing together both India and Pakistan to address the root causes of extremism, strengthen cross-border cooperation, and rebuild mutual trust, while fully respecting each nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Distinguished delegates, this council cannot afford paralysis. To defend one nation's right to security while ignoring another's right to peace is to betray the very charter that we swore to uphold. Neutrality in the face of injustice is not diplomacy, it is complicity. Panama stands for multilateralism, justice, and balanced peace. Not the peace of silence, but the peace of principle. We call upon all members of this council to rise above alliance and align instead with the truth, the charter, and the common future of all humanity. Let this council not act based on bias or hesitation, but with courage, fairness, and moral clarity. The world is watching, and history will remember whether we stood for peace or for politics. Thank you, muchas gracias.
Thank you, Distinguished Representative of the Republic of Panama, for making a valuable statement. Now, I give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to make their statement.
Assalamu alaikum, Mr. President, distinguished delegates. As a delegate of the Islamic State of Pakistan, I address this council today to outline our perspective, call for concrete steps to uphold regional peace, and seek collective action to avert a dangerous escalation between 2 nuclear-armed neighbors. Pakistan stands before this council not to escalate conflict, but to reaffirm international and authority of the United Nations Charter. Since 1948, the United Nations Security Council resolutions 47, 51, 80, and 122 have recognized Jammu and Kashmir as an undisputed territory, whose final status must be determined by a free and impartial plebiscite under United Nations supervision, and Pakistan continues to honor these resolutions. India, on the other hand, has unilaterally revoked Article 370 of its constitution in 2019, altering the region's status, which is a clear violation of those resolutions, an act the United Nations Secretary General Office has expressed concern over. Mr. President, India has constantly accused Pakistan of sponsoring cross-border terrorism, especially during the Pahalgam attack. Pakistan rejects these claims and has repeatedly called for neutral, independent investigation. Also, Pakistan has always maintained transparency with United Nations observers, including the United Nations Military Observer Group in India and Pakistan, granting full access to its line of control. However, India has restricted UN MOGIP access, which undermines the impartial monitoring and accountability, which is contrary to its obligations under Article 25 of the United Nations Charter, which requires member states to comply with Security Council decisions. In 2025, India suspended the Indus Water Treaty regarding the tensions. This action, Mr. President, has no basis on international law. Under Article 12(4) of the treaty, it cannot be unilaterally suspended. It remains binding unless both parties agree to terminate it. This decision made by India can potentially cost the lives of millions living in Pakistan who depend on the Indus Basin for food and water security. Mr. President, we propose the following: reaffirmation of the UN oversight, strengthening the United Nations Military Observer Group in India, Pakistan to ensure transparency and accountability along the line of control. 2. Protection of shared resources. The United Nations and the World Bank should play an active role in upholding the Indus Water Treaty, ensuring that no party unilaterally alters its terms or diverts shared rivers. Third, dialogue over deterrence. Resume comprehensive peace talks addressing Jammu and Kashmir, water security, and demilitarization under United Nations supervision. 4. Mutual commitment to peace. Both states should observe a permanent ceasefire and reject policies that transform humanitarian lifelines into political tools. Honorable delegates, Pakistan does not seek conflict. We seek coexistence. The relationship between Pakistan and India should not be defined by hostility, but by a shared history, our people's hopes, and our duty to peace. Pakistan will continue to choose dialogue over division, law over force, guided by the UN and supported by all who value regional stability. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan for the valuable statement. Now I assume the pose of the representative of the Russian Federation and I am speaking. Esteemed delegates, the Russian Federation sees the continuing tension between India and Pakistan not just as a regional issue, but as a major security risk for all of Eurasia, and perhaps even the whole world. For decades, both the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation have maintained deep strategic ties with both countries. We remember a historic effort immediately in the Tashkent Declaration in 1966. While we respect India's consistent position that the core issues must be solved bilaterally, a principal agreement supported by the 1972 Simla Agreement and further reaffirmed by the 1999 Lahore Declaration. The current dangers from terrorism and military conflict demand a new proactive approach. We must offer a stable hand, fair yet fully invested in the region's future. Russia also takes a firm stance against cross-border terrorism that is originating from Pakistan. We are not supporting the motion that Pakistan is state-sponsoring terrorism, but we're taking a strong stance against terrorist groups such as the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. The Russian Federation is ready to move forward with a comprehensive three-pillar strategy designed not to impose these terms, but to facilitate stability and future growth of both the Republic of India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, provided both the countries are willing to accept our mediation. Pillar 1. A phased pathway to trust. India and Pakistan has fought long wars over both Kashmir issue and other issues. Recently, Operation Sindoor carried out by India with the goal of striking terror camps deep inside Pakistan's position has further flared the tension between the two countries. We realize that the full mediation on the deepest issues isn't possible now. Therefore, Russia proposes a structured phased diplomatic process, starting with building functional trust. Phase 1 consists of confidence building, which will focus on practical and shared issues. These will include vital areas like counter-terrorism intelligence sharing to further prevent tragedies like the 2025 Pahalgam terror attacks, and resolving common technical disagreements or water sharing issues such as the Indus Water Treaty. Phase 2, structured dialogue, which would then be launched, which allows Russia to facilitate and host a series of closed-door, high-level military and political talks to reduce border tension and stop dangerous mistakes. The Pillar 2 will be integrated in the South Asian region into the greater part of Eurasia. Security today must be seen as one interconnected whole. The Russian Federation is committed to the Greater Eurasian Partnership. Our vision for deep connectivity and shared security will formally expand the Greater Eurasian Partnership to include a dedicated South Asian security contract. This new link frames the regional issues as part of the broader stability of Eurasia. We will use existing platforms such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization as a starting point by hosting an urgent ministerial meeting focused on cross-continental security threats and the South Asian vector. We aim to launch a Eurasia South Asia Security Forum under the GEP. This initiative provides a powerful counter-narrative to external, often partisan regional groups by embedding New Delhi and Islamabad within a Russian-led Eurasian security framework where we can collectively safeguard our strategic autonomy and strengthen a multipolar world. Pillar 3, dual-track essential role in security and economy. Finally, Russia must strengthen its essential role as a reliable partner and development partner for South Asia through a dual commitment. On the military track, we will continue to be the principal defense supplier, offering bespoke long-term packages, modernizing packages to both the countries. On the economic track, we are focusing beyond arms sales and infrastructure. We announced the establishment of a Russia South Asia Energy and Connectivity Fund. This fund will invest in strategic infrastructure that links the subcontinent directly to Central Asia and the wider Eurasia economic ring, emphasizing energy security and resource distribution. In closing, we are reminded of the fundamental truths of international relationship: peace, sovereignty, and upholding peace and sovereignty. As President Vladimir Putin once stated, the ability to compromise is not a diplomatic politeness, but rather a partner towards a partner, but rather taking into account and respecting the partner's legitimate interests. Russian interests are clear: stability in South Asia and long-term peace between the states of India and Pakistan, and the end of terrorism and the end of cross-border terrorism between the states of India and Pakistan. Thank you. I now reassume the post of the President of the United Nations Security Council. Now I hereby request the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to make the valuable points.
It's not valuable points, it's a statement.
Valuable statement, sorry.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, the United Kingdom rises today with a heavy heart to address the ongoing tensions and conflicts between two great nations, India and Pakistan. This is not just a regional dispute. It is a critical challenge to global peace and stability. The UK shares a deep and unique history with both New Delhi and Islamabad, and it is this bond that compels us to call for calm, restraint, and decisive action against the forces of violence. We must first begin by expressing our most profound sympathy and solidarity with the Republic of India following the horrific terror attacks that recently took place in Pahalgam. This barbaric act, which tragically claimed the lives of 26 innocent people, including tourists, was direct and undeniable assault on humanity. The UK condemns terrorism in all its forms and stands firmly with India in its absolute right to defend its people and its borders for such vile cross-border threats. We must be clear. The victims and the perpetrators of terrorism cannot and must not be equated. This chamber must look to the United Nations Charter, which in its very first chapter calls on us to maintain international peace and security, and to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace. Terrorism is precisely such a threat, and we must honor this foundational document by acting collectively. The path ahead requires courage, not confrontation. Therefore, the United Kingdom proposes a clear three-step solution for de-escalation and long-term stability. Step 1, zero tolerance on terror infrastructure. The first and most immediate step must be firm, verifiable commitment for all regional actors to dismantle any and all terrorist infrastructure operating within their control. This means closing down training camps, stopping the financial of extremist groups, and bringing the masterminds of attacks like the one in Pahalgam to justice. The global community must support this mission, ensuring zero tolerance for those who use violence as a tool of state policy or proxies. Step 2, immediate unconditional dialogue. Secondly, we call for the swift reassumption of dialogue between India and Pakistan. Dialogue is not weakness. It is the ultimate expression of strength and commitment to peace. We urge the two nations to engage in open, sustained, and meaningful talks at a neutral location. These talks must cover all points of friction, but must prioritize de-escalating and the protection of civilian lives. Step 3, global cooperation and the UN's support. Finally, the international community, led by this Security Council, must offer robust support. This includes deploying UN observers to monitor the line of control, the LOC, as necessary, and providing technical assistance to both nations in counterterrorism, confidence-building measures, and humanitarian support for the affected populations in Jammu and Kashmir. We must ensure that global attention does not fade with the headlines when the headlines disappear. Mr. President, the current tensions are a moral stain on our international system. We have seen too much blood spilled. Our call to action is simple. We must move beyond statements and towards genuine, difficult diplomacy. Let us be guided by enduring truth. An eye for an eye only ends up making the whole world blind. Let us together choose the path of light, dialogue, and lasting peace. Thank you.
Right. So what we will do right now is that you can ask for right of replies. So let's say if at all there has been any allegations on each other, a right to reply is allowed in the Security Council and both in a GA. Yesterday we couldn't do it pretty much because nobody really said any counter-intuitive narratives, right? So whenever there is a counter-intuitive narrative within inside the UN system, a right to reply is being professed. So if you go to YouTube, for our spectators here, if you go to YouTube and write India's right of reply, you'll see Indian ambassadors giving their right to reply in UN sessions. And one such right to reply in somebody who inaugurated our UN session back in 2022 at Shankar IAS Academy, that was Ambassador T.S. Tirumurthy. He's known for the very, very famous YouTube video of that, in case if you want to refer to. So we are opening up floor so President can ask, are there any right to reply to any of the statements? I am expecting two people to step up here, India and Pakistan, to engage in them. So if at all there are any right to replies on each other's argument, you can give them 2 minutes. We'll just wait for 2 minutes. And if at all there are right to replies, they can argue a little time. Give not like yesterday like debate. We don't want that to happen. Just make sure there is civil discourse. You get what's meant by civil discourse, right? Yes. 1 minute each should be sorted out. Yeah.
What do you mean by that is that we can argue and oppose the statements made by them?
Yeah, that's correct. You also want a right to reply, no? Okay, you can actually adjourn the session for an informal consultation.
Now the Security Council adjourns for an informal consultation.
Yeah. Just figure out in case if you want to give any reply statements. Just take time, 2 minutes off. That's fine.
I call to order the formal informal consultation session. Is any country opposed to having India being given the right of reply? India has been given the right of reply.
So, next. The TRF, Pakistani sponsored terrorist group, actually took the responsibility of making this Pahalgam terrorist attack. But then after receiving criticism, they took their statement back. That says that Pakistan has been involved in all the terrorist attacks happening in India. Next. If you say that you're not responsible for these terrorist attacks, why is Pakistan not taking an action on the terrorist activities? Thank you.
Does any country wish to have the right of reply? Sorry. Does any country wishes to exercise the right of reply? If any country wishes to exercise the right of reply, please raise your placards. Yes. Would any nation like to sponsor this draft resolution? Draft resolution agenda item, the India-Pakistan question. Operative clauses. Condemns acts of terrorism and violence affecting the region and urges all parties to ensure that the territories are not used for terrorist activities. Operative Clause 2 calls upon India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint and refrain from any rhetoric, actions or rhetoric that may further aggravate tensions. Operative Clause 3 urges both parties to resume sustained and structured bilateral dialogue at the earliest opportunity, addressing all outstanding issues including Jammu and Kashmir in accordance with relevant Security Council resolutions and bilateral agreements. Operative Clause 4 requests both India and Pakistan to respect fully the 2003 ceasefire understanding along the line of control and to strengthen existing mechanisms to prevent incidents. Operative Clause 5 encourages confidence-building measures including humanitarian initiatives, cross-border travel, trade, and cooperation on counter-terrorism, natural disasters, and water management. Operative Clause 6 requests the Secretary General to remain engaged with both governments and to report to the Security Council on developments and express readiness to consider further steps as may be necessary to support de-escalation and dialogue. Operative Clause 7 decides to remain actively seized of the matter. Okay. The Council shall now be hearing amendments on Operative Clause number 1. Yes, the Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been noticed. You have been recognized.
Thank you, President, for recognizing me. So I would like to modify the first clause. So condemns all acts of terrorism and violence affecting the region, including cross-border attacks targeting civilians, and urges all parties to take concrete measures to prevent the terrorists from being territories from being used for terrorist activities, in accordance with the UN Security Council resolution and Article 51 of the Charter.
Any oppositions? As there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the Republic of Sierra Leone has been passed. Has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative clause number 1? Yes, the United States of America, you have been recognized.
The United States would like to add the clause that to clause 1 condemns acts of terrorism and violence affecting the region and urges all parties to ensure that their territories are not used for terrorist activities and occupation of the opposite parties.
Any oppositions? As there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the United States of America has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative clause number 1? Yes, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
Operative clause number 1 condemns acts of terrorism and violence affecting the region and urges all parties to ensure that their territories are not used for terrorist activities, and asks for Pakistan to give a detailed and structured document on how it will minimize or completely eradicate terrorist activities, terrorist training camps and training camps in its area within a given time limit.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative clause number 1? Yes, the Hellenic Republic, you have been recognized.
Operative clause number 1 condemns acts of terrorism and violence affecting the region and urges all parties to respect international law to ensure that their territories are not used for terrorist activities.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the Hellenic Republic has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative clause number 1? Operative paragraph number 1. Seeing as there are no further amendments to operative paragraph number 1, we shall now move on to operative paragraph number 2. Any amendments to operative paragraph number 2? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
The Republic of Panama would like to add to operative paragraph number 2, including immediately withdrawing military and paramilitary forces from close proximity to the line of control to a mutually agreed upon distance to create a de-escalation zone.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 2 by the Republic of Panama has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative paragraph number 2? Yes, the Republic of Slovenia, you have been recognized.
Modification on operative paragraph 2 demands that India and Pakistan exercise maximum restraint and immediate initiate a reciprocal and verifiable de-escalation of military forces, including the withdrawal of forward deployed units along the line of control LOC.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions from any parties, the amendment put forward by the Republic of Slovenia to paragraph number 2, operative paragraph number 2, has been adopted. Any further changes, any further amendments to operative paragraph number 3? Yes, the Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been noted. Recognize.
I would like to modify operative paragraph number 2. Calls upon India and Pakistan to exercise maximum restraint, refrain from provocative, rhetoric or military escalation, and ensure the protection of civilians under international humanitarian law.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 2 by the Republic of Sierra Leone has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative paragraph number 2? Yes, the Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
The delegation of Denmark would like to make a subclause to operative paragraph 2. Subclause A, recommit to diplomatic engagement through established channels and confidence building measures.
Any oppositions to any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 2 by the Kingdom of Denmark has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 2? Seeing as there are no further amendments to operative paragraph number 2, we shall now move on to amendments to operative paragraph number 3. Any amendments to operative paragraph number 3? Yes, the Republic of France, you have been noted. Yep.
We would like the replacement of operative clause number 3 to reaffirms the 1972 Shimla Agreement as the sole legitimate and binding framework for resolving all differences between the parties, emphasizing that these differences shall be settled by peaceful means through bilateral negotiations, and upholding the commitment that neither side shall seek unilateral alter after the situation.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 3 by the Republic of France has been adopted. Any more amendments to operative paragraph number 3? Panama. Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
In operative paragraph number 3, we would like to do a modification and an addition. So we would like to modify it as urges both parties to resume good faith, sustained and structured bilateral dialogue. And we would also like to add further calls on the parties to agree on the terms of reference and a timeline for a high-level bilateral working group to formalize this process.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 3 by the Republic of Panama has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 3? Yes, the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, you have been recognized.
I would like to add an amendment. Argues both parties to resume sustained and structured bilateral dialogue at earlier opportunity based on mutual trust and confidence building measures, addressing all outstanding issues including Jammu and Kashmir in according with relevant Security Council resolve and bilateral arguments. Thank you.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria to operative paragraph number 3 has been passed. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 3? Yes, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
operative clause, paragraph number 3, urges both parties to resume sustained and structural bilateral dialogue at the earliest opportunity, addressing all outstanding issues, including Jammu and Kashmir, in accordance with relevant Security Council resolutions and bilateral agreements. And in cases of future unfortunate terror attacks, the respected nations work together and bring forward the groups responsible for the attacks.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to operate paragraph number 3 has been adopted. Any further amendments to operate paragraph number 3? The United States of America, you have been recognized.
The United States of America would adjourn to an amendment that states of clause 3 urges India and Pakistan to engage in constructive and peaceful dialogue aimed at enhancing mutual trust and regional stability, consistent with the UN Charter and relevant resolutions.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the United States of America to operate paragraph number 3 has been adopted. Any further amendments? Yes, the Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been noted.
Urges both parties, I would like to modify operative paragraph number 3. Urges both parties to resume sustained, structured, and verifiable bilateral dialogue at the earliest opportunity, addressing all outstanding issues including Jammu and Kashmir, and encourages the involvement of neutral international observers or UN mechanisms to facilitate accountability and compliance with the international law. And Mr. President, I would also like to add a new clause. Request the Secretary General to report to the Council on developments along the line of control and to deploy monitoring mechanisms as necessary to ensure civilian protection and compliance with the Charter.
Is there an operative subclause? Is there an operative subclause under operative paragraph 3 or a new operative paragraph?
I want it to be a new operative paragraph.
We'll do it at the end. New operative paragraphs have to be added at the end.
Okay. Mr. President.
Any opposition to the modification put to operative paragraph number 3 put forward by the Republic of Sierra Leone? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 3 by the Republic of Sierra Leone has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 3? Seeing as there are no further amendments to operative paragraph number 3, we shall now move on to operative paragraph number 4. Any further any amendments to operative paragraph number 4? Which one? Yes, the Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
The delegation of Denmark would like to make 4 subclauses to operative paragraph number 4. Firstly, avoid provocative statements or actions that may undermine the spirit of the ceasefire. Secondly, establish or upgrade direct hotlines between sector level commanders, as that was mentioned in the speech of delegation of Denmark. Thirdly, allow neutral observers or third-party verification mechanisms where mutually they are agreed to. Fourth, ensure that border communities are shielded from crossfire and shelling. Thank you.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 4 by the Kingdom of Denmark has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 4? Korea. Yes, the Republic of Korea, you have been recognized.
The Republic of Korea would like to modify the amendment operative paragraph number 4 to request both India and Pakistan to respect fully the 2003 ceasefire understanding along the line of control in close coordination with United Nations Military Observer Group in India and Pakistan to strengthen existing mechanisms, including enhanced observer access to prevent incidents.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 4 by the Republic of Korea has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 4? Yes, the Democratic People's Republic of Algeria, you have been recognized.
I would like to add an amendment. Respect both India and Pakistan respect fully 2023 ceasefire understanding along the line to control to strengthen existing mechanism and to ensure the protection of civilians in border area. That's all. Thank you.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 4 by the People's Republic of Algeria has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 4? Yes, the Republic of Slovenia, you have been recognized.
Operative paragraph number 4, I would like to add a new subclause. Demands unhindered, safe and immediate humanitarian access for the United Nations and other accredited humanitarian agencies to all affected civilian populations, and further requests the Secretary General to report on any implemented to such access within 30 days.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 4 by the Kingdom of Slovenia by the Republic of Slovenia has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 4? Yes, the Hellenic Republic, you have been recognized.
We would like to make a modification amendment on operative paragraph number 4. Requests both India and Pakistan to respect fully the 2003 ceasefire, understanding along the line of control to strengthen existing mechanisms to prevent incidents and to promote regular communication between military and diplomatic channels to enhance mutual trust and stability.
Any oppositions to operative paragraph? Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the Hellenic Republic has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 4? Seeing as there are no further amendments to operative paragraph number 4, we shall now move on to operative paragraph number 5. Any amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
In operative paragraph number 5, we would like to modify it as encourages confidence building measures, including the immediate establishment of humanitarian corridors, cross-border travel and trade, and cooperation on human rights monitoring and reporting, counter-terrorism, natural disasters, and water management.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the Republic of Panama has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, yes, United Kingdom. Yes, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
To operative paragraph number 5, we would like to add a modification amendment. Encourages confidence building measures, including humanitarian initiatives, cross-border travel and trade, and cooperation on counter-terrorism, natural disasters, and water management. These should be extensively planned, and the members involved in cross-border trade and travel should be ensured security, and any attacks to the members involved should be taken as the responsibility of both countries.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, the Republic of Korea, you have been recognized.
Republic of Korea would like to add a new subclause to operative paragraph number 5. Encourages both parties to prioritize protection of civilians, including unhindered humanitarian access and respect for international human rights standards along the line of control.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, amendment forward to operative paragraph number 5 by the Republic of Korea has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, the Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
We would like to make a subclause that states request the Secretary General to submit a report on the progress of these conference building measures and cooperative initiatives in this region.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the Kingdom of Denmark to operative paragraph number 5 has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, the Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been recognized.
The Republic of Sierra Leone would like to add a subclause to paragraph number 5, emphasizing the role of civil society and non-governmental organization in supporting peace-building efforts and cross-border cooperation.
Any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward by the Republic of Sierra Leone to operative paragraph number 5 has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, the People's Republic of China, you have been recognized.
I would like to add a new clause after clause 5, encourages regional organizations and neighboring countries to play a constructive role in facilitating dialogue and cooperation in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter.
Any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
Delegate, that should come as a preambulatory paragraph, anything that quotes the UN Charter. So that amendment won't be possible. Just say that amendment is not accepted.
Amendment is not accepted?
Yeah.
Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Yes, United States of America, you have been recognized.
To clause 5, United States would like to add, encourages confidence building measures including humanitarian initiatives, cross-border travel and trade, and cooperation on counter-terrorism, natural disasters and water management, and bilateral talks on geopolitical issues every week.
Any oppositions? Yes, Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
Could the delegation of United States of America please specify how it's gonna, like, you're talking about meetings that should take place every week between India and Pakistan, right?
Yes.
How it's gonna take place every week? Could you please specify the methods or mechanisms? It should take place through the DGMO channel or like the military heads, the governmental heads, or which way?
All right. That's a good question, Delegate of Denmark.
Thank you.
This meeting will take place every week in person, where delegates representing both the countries will discuss about the geopolitical issues that could possibly affect the both countries in the future and the current ones as well.
So do you support a third-party mediation like the US? Or
No.
No.
No,
Just
no
the
third party. Yes. Because it is bilateral, right?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further oppositions? Should I pass it? No, should we pass the agreement?
Okay. It's which one? Is it remains to be actively seized of the matter? No, it's fine. You can pass it.
The amendment put forward by the United States of America to operative paragraph number 5 has been adopted. Any further amendments to operative paragraph number 5? Seeing as there are no further amendments to operative paragraph number 5, we shall now move on to operative paragraph number 6. Any amendments to operative paragraph number 6? I just go with Panama. Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
So to operative paragraph number 6, we would like to modify it to request the Secretary General to offer and, if accepted, to appoint a special envoy or mediator to facilitate the reassumptions and etc. so on. We just want to modify that.
Any oppositions? I'm asking for oppositions. Okay. Yes, United States of America, you have been recognized.
Delegate of Panama, could you please specify if these third-party operators would be, if there will be third-party operators, and which countries will these operators be representing?
We would like other organizations to be the third party, that is.
Any further oppositions? Yes, Republic of Denmark, you have been recognized. Sorry, yes, Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
Could you please specify which organizations?
The organizations of the UN.
Which UN?
The other organizations, that is, for example, the one that provides humanitarian aid or so on.
Any further
The one-
opposition?
I didn't finish.
You may
The
speak.
one that provides humanitarian aid, how they can check on bilateral talks between India and Pakistan on basis of wars? Like, that's a military dispute.
We are not talking about bilateral dialogue.
Then what are you talking about?
We are saying that we want to appoint a special envoy or a mediator.
Yeah, what are they working for? They're working as a mediator.
Yes. Okay, sorry. Does anyone have any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
Why should a mediator be appointed when it's a bilateral issue between two regions which are fully capable of discussing it among themselves? This would just waste UN resources.
Does any country wish to have the right of reply? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
So if this issue, like you said, could be resolved by two countries, we wouldn't be sitting here in the Security Council right now.
Does any country wish to have the right of reply? Yes, the Republic of France, you have been recognized.
If we appoint a mediator for this, it would be like taking back 80 years of bilateral talks and diplomacy.
Does any country wish to have the right of reply? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
Can you specify more on what you said? The delegate of France.
Does any country wish to have the right of reply?
President, it's not a right to reply. Now there is no concept called a right to reply. Are there any opposition?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, the Republic of France, you have been recognized.
What I meant was this like agreements like Shimla agreement and the Lahore agreements, they were made for only bilateral talks, and putting a third party inside it would cause for 80 years of diplomacy to be turned back in time. So you would have to start fresh.
Does any country have any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
You mentioned that with the past 80 years, they have not been able to come to a common conclusion, whereas in the past, all replies made by India were replies to terror attacks sponsored by or directly involving the Pakistani government or Pakistani military. This shows the inability of Pakistan to cooperate with India. By doing so, by adding a mediator in the middle, that will just add more accusations flying from both sides, saying the biases of the mediator. Hence, instead of wasting UN material or UN resources in involving a mediator in this, we would like to hold responsible both Pakistan and India to clear out their problems face to face with the meetings as mentioned by the previous delegates.
Any oppositions? Yes, the Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
So the delegation of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland said why there should be a third party or mediation in such cases of bilateral talks or the wars or issues between any two countries, right?
Is there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
I was talking specifically about the case of Pakistan and India, where the mediator cannot be placed as it's a bilateral issue between the two countries, and they have to sort it out by themselves.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
So I'd like to ask the United Kingdom, what is this Security Council for? Are we puppets?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
The whole point of the United Nations, especially the Security Council, is to reduce conflict among the nations. Hence, let's lower the amount of countries or people that are being involved in the conflict. Hence, if we add a mediator to this, that will just be waste of resources. This is a bilateral conflict between India and Pakistan. Any mediator being appointed will just be a future course of arguments that shows biases towards either India or Pakistan or accusations of such. Hence, this is a bilateral issue that should be discussed between the delegates or the representatives of the respective governments.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, the Cooperative Republic of Guinea, you have been recognized.
Well, you're saying that a mediator might not require. What if the countries involved in the conflict are not ready for a ceasefire and settling of the conflict?
Are there any oppositions?
What if the parties involved in the conflict are not involved? Not ready for the ceasefire and settling of the conflict?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
This Security Council aims to make it a ceasefire situation where the civilians are not harmed. The people involved in this are not being the cost of lives, and the third-party mediator will just add a source of blame, a source of accusations for the countries to do. Hence, this is a bilateral conflict, as I'm repeatedly saying. This should be a conversation, a debate topic, a negotiation, a diplomacy between the representatives of the Pakistani government and the representatives of the Indian government. This is an issue that has been going on for 80 years, or close to 80 years. Hence, this issue should be discussed among these two countries and sorted out as quick as possible, as a conflict between these two countries affects a lot of different countries, which shows there might be biases with especially regions surrounding these countries.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been recognized.
So, according to what the United Kingdom of Great Britain and the Northern Ireland said, so if the issue can be sorted out between the parties of the representatives of the India and the Pakistan, then I don't think there won't be any need of an organization like the UN. So, you're saying they can all sort it out by themselves, and the UN does not need to interfere in any of the matters.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
The point of the UN is to safeguard the human civilization around the nation. This conflict is between the military powers and the terrorist activities that happen in the borders or between India and Pakistan. The point of the UN is to make the world a peaceful place, hence to create an initiative so that we give India and Pakistan a platform to talk, not act as mediators. This is an initiative. This whole document that we are discussing right now is an initiative. We are adding clauses, we are modifying them so that there is a better way there's a better way to handle this conflict among two nuclear-powered countries, may I add. These countries are not just small countries with no power. They're nuclear-power countries with immense power in military organizations and intelligence. These conflicts could lead to disaster for not just them both, for regions surrounding them. That includes Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, and other associate countries. May I add that these two countries are responsible for a lot of trade around the world, especially farming, other natural resources, especially from India and from Pakistan. These both are countries with immense human resources too. Lot of different people and lot of different representatives of multinational corporations come from these countries, which shows the ability of these countries to produce amazing human resources and general resources as we speak. So, adding a mediator will be a result. The delegate of United Kingdom is trying to convey that adding a mediator between these two countries' discussion or negotiation will just lead to accusations, as in the case of the past, where India has accused Pakistan of funding terrorist organizations within the country. And mentioning about the past, all responses of India were related to terrorist attacks done by the Pakistani government or funded by the Pakistani government. The 2016 surgical strikes were a response. The Operation Sindoor was a response to the Pahalgam attacks, which the TRF had taken responsibility for before they withdrew their statement. This shows that it is honestly a cats and dogs case, where they put forward statements and they take it back, they put forward statements and they take it back. If a mediator is involved in this, that shows a way to put the blame on the mediator, to say that, oh, the respected mediating organization is taking sides to a certain country.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, the Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
So the UK is trying to say or convey to this council that there is no role for a mediation in such cases, right? So, see, the Kargil War of 1999, the Tashkent Agreement with Soviet mediation, and the Shimla Agreement, which is mediated by the UK. You are also part in that. So you are trying to question your mediation, your own mediation.
Now I will...
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
Now the delegate of the United Kingdom would like to refer to the fact that all of these agreements and mediations happened in the time where India and Pakistan were starting to become developed countries, where they did not have enough resources, enough people to discuss such vital situations, where powerful countries like the Federation of Russia, like the United Kingdom existed. But currently, both these countries are very capable of discussing these kind of topics by themselves. And if a mediation is added, like you said, like the delegate of Denmark said, with the help of countries like the United Kingdom or the Federation of Russia, this will show biases. With the help of history, I would like to state that the Russia has always been biased towards India in the past at least. And the United Kingdom currently, with the recent advancements in the Pahalgam attacks, is siding with India. Hence, adding a mediator country will just add a person to blame. Hence, these two countries are very capable of negotiating by themselves. And adding a mediator to such a situation just ridicules these two countries, shows that these two countries are still seen as one of the duller, the smaller, the less powerful countries within the UN, which is not the case. These two countries are very capable. They have produced amazing, intelligent people, government officials, and they can discuss this by themselves without any mediation involved. The UN is here to help. The UN is not here to mediate. The UN is not here to dictate. It is here to help, especially the humans, the people involved in this, not the governments. The governments should negotiate with diplomacy. In the past, Pakistan was not ready, even though they signed said agreements by the delegate of Denmark. You mentioned a lot of different agreements. We can see that they go back on said statements. They fund such terrorist attacks, like the Mumbai attacks, for example. This shows that Pakistan was never really ready to sign these agreements. Hence, I will just like to rest my case here.
As the discussion on this amendment on operative clause number 6, operative paragraph number 6 has been going on for so long, we are now taking the final statements from all member countries on this matter. Are there any who would like to make the first statement? As the discussion on amendment to operative paragraph number 6 put forward by the Republic of Panama has taken so long, we will now be taking the final statements from all from the member countries on this matter. Yes, Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
So we would like to clarify that the clause does not impose a solution but creates a channel for dialogue, showing Panama's belief in peaceful negotiation over confrontation. We respect for sovereignty, that is the phrase, if accepted, ensures neither India nor Pakistan is forced into mediation. We are also using the active UN role, which it upholds the UN responsibility to maintain international peace and security, aligning with Panama's commitment to multilateralism and diplomatic engagement. We also call for transparency and accountability, requiring the envoy to report to the Council, which ensures transparency and oversight. Moreover, Panama fully respects the bilateral nature of the dispute. That's why the clause clearly states, if accepted. This ensures the special envoy is only appointed if both parties consent. The envoy's role is not to impose, but to facilitate dialogue that has otherwise been frozen. Even bilateral processes sometimes need neutral momentum to restart. Thank you.
Are there any countries that wish to make the statement? Yes, the Republic of France, you have been recognized.
We would like to make 3 new amendments.
I'm talking about making the final statement
Oh,
on
okay.
the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 6 by the Republic of Panama. Yes, sir. You don't wish to make any statements? Okay. Are there any more countries that wish to make statements on the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 6 by the Republic of Panama? Yes, United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, you have been recognized.
The delegate of United Kingdom would like to state that the modifications or the amendments made by Panama on operative paragraph number 6 are, as she said, if agreed upon by the two parties. This shows that there will be time allocated or resources allocated to the agreement, meaning both parties will have to agree on a certain mediator to this such a situation. This shows just waste of resources by both countries for the situation.
Does any more countries wish to make the final statements? Does any more countries wish to make concluding remarks? Seeing as there are no concluding remarks, we shall put the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 6 by the Republic of Panama to a vote. All countries in favor, raise your placards. All countries that oppose, raise your placards. Opposition. 6. Agreeing. 4, right? All countries that wish to abstain, raise your placards. There's no abstention. Seeing as there are six member countries that are opposed, whereas only 4 are agreed, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 6 by the Republic of Panama has not been adopted. Are there any further amendments to operative paragraph number 6? Yes, the Federal Republic of Somalia, you have been recognized.
As a delegate of the Federal Republic of Somalia, I would like to make a modification on operative paragraph number 6. Request the Secretary General to remain engaged with both governments and to report to the Council on developments and expresses its readiness to consider further steps as may be necessary to support de-escalation and dialogue and to closely follow and assess the actions of both countries in this regard.
Are there any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 6 by the Federal Republic of Somalia has been adopted. Are there any further amendments to operative paragraph number 6? France. Yes, the Republic of France, you have been recognized.
We would like to add three new clauses.
Subclauses to operative paragraph number 6.
One subclause to operative paragraph number 6. Calls upon Pakistan to take immediate, verifiable, and irreversible action to eliminate cross-border terrorism, consistent with clear understanding that terror and talks cannot go together, and that dialogue is not possible unless Pakistan takes concrete action against cross-border terrorism.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United States of America, you have been recognized.
The delegate of France, could you please specify how these anti-terrorism methods can be enforced?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Republic of France, you have been recognized.
First of all, Pakistan can stop with identifying where all Pakistan can stop with identifying where all funds goes to terrorist activities. It would be mainly Pakistan's response, but mainly Pakistan has to take the initiative to stop cross-border. If it requires help, the UN can support.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United States of America, you have been recognized.
As the delegate of France mentioned, it is necessary to carry out, necessary that Pakistan carries out an anti-terrorism method. Now, apart from that, something that the United States would love to ask is that how did 4 armed men get into the highly guarded territory of Jammu and Kashmir without a little bit of local support? That is a question that should be mentioned in this resolution by France. That's what the United States believes. Thank you.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Republic of France, you have been recognized.
What statement the United States of America made was clearly credible, and we would say that India would also have to start making more funds for allotting more funds for eliminating cross-border terrorism. It would be mainly because of the idealism of people which terrorist groups are grooming apart, and people would likely support terrorist groups because they are groomed to be supporting them.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Second of Denmark, you have been recognized.
The statements made by all the countries were specifically to Pakistan's stance. Like, they never considered India. According to UN High Commission reports of 2018 and 2019, it clearly states there were several human rights violations, including blockade of communications and internet, which directly violates the UN Charter and Principles and has not been stated by any of the countries, including France, in their addition. So the delegation of Denmark would like to emphasize the fact that this is a serious concern that should be considered even by the Indian supporters like the Panama and the UK to take on and add into the statements. Thank you.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
To the delegate of France, we would like to ask, does your proposal respect the sovereignty of both nations or only one, like what the Kingdom of Denmark said?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, the Republic of France, you have been recognized.
Just like we said, we respect the sovereignty of both nations, but most of the terrorist activities which have been happening are mostly funded by are mostly coming from Pakistan. So most of the terrorist groups are from Pakistan. So we would like the UN peacekeeping forces and also the support of Pakistan. But also there are problems in India also. So we would say that the state of Jammu Kashmir, they would have to undergo both combined efforts from Pakistan and India to neutralize the militant groups in state of Jammu and Kashmir.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you've been recognized.
With acknowledgement to the delegate of Denmark and the delegate of Republic of France, the delegate of Republic of France mentioned an immediate action that Pakistan should take. Would the delegate of France like to specify a certain time limit for Pakistan's government to act, as immediate is a very vague term?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Republic of France, you've been recognized.
We have not researched about a time limit, but we would accept any recommendations for the time limit.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Republic of Panama, you've been recognized.
So you're talking about the terrorism that is apparently, you have said that is made by Pakistan. What about counter-terrorism? What about the 31 Pakistanis that were killed, including women and children?
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Panama said it in her statement itself, counter-terrorism. This was a response to terrorism. This shows that this is a dispute among the two nations, and aiding these countries would just lead to more conflict.
Are there any oppositions? Are there? Yes, the Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been recognized.
So, as a delegation of the United Kingdom of the Great Britain and the Northern Ireland just said about counter-terrorism. So, if terrorism is a counter to, counter-terrorism is a counter to a terrorism, so you're saying that when these terrorist activities happen, they can only counter to terrorism. So, you're saying that there's no need of any mediator. Just like you said earlier, there's no need of any mediator. So, you're saying that terrorism should be countered with terrorism, not peaceful negotiations.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United States of America, you've been recognized.
President, wrap it up after this, okay?
Yep. Delegate of Sierra Leone, the Article 51 of the UN Charter states that every country has, Article 51 states that every country has the full right to retaliate even by using force if war crimes are committed against their sovereign nation. Thank you.
Excuse me, which country put forward the amendment to the article number 6, this one? France, sorry, yes. Since the amendment put forward article number 6 by the Republic of France has as much opposition, we are now requesting all countries to make their concluding statements on this matter. Which country would like to start?
Anybody who wishes to make concluding, we just need 2 or so.
Any country that wishes to make concluding statements on this matter may raise your placards. Yes, United Kingdom, Great Britain, Northern Ireland, you've been recognized.
We acknowledge the statement or the amendment made by the Republic of France. We would also like to add a set time limit that the Islamic State of Pakistan has to follow to provide a set document and documents that how it will do the set activities set by the Republic of France. This time limit can be discussed or debated among the SC or the General Assembly.
Does any country wish to make concluding statements? Yes, United States of America, you've been recognized.
The United States joins with the the United Kingdom and the delegate of France on the idea of counter-terrorism. Also, it wants to add the idea that investigations should be carried out in India, especially by the UN, which will help not just counter-terrorism, but also weed out the terrorists who could be located in Indian territory. Thank you.
Does any country wish to make concluding statements? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
So, Article 2(4) of the UN Charter, it is clearly stated that all members must refrain from the use of force against the territorial integrity of another state. So, India did again do counter-terrorism, but also we would like to ask for an independent verification according to Article 51, which India used as self-defense.
Does any country wish to make concluding remarks? Yes, the Kingdom of Denmark, you have been recognized.
We acknowledge the statement made by Republic of France and the Denmark call upon all states to fulfill their obligations under the international law to prevent all kinds of humanitarian violations and uphold the humanitarian law aligning with the UN Charter and principles, and also provide a humanitarian corridor along the LOC that is mediated by both the countries, be it Pakistan and India, to protect the civilian casualties during the time of conflicts. Thank you.
Does any country wish to make any concluding remarks? On the final vote on the resolution put forward amendment number 6 by the final resolution on the amendment put forward by the Republic of France to operative clause number 6 shall be taken. Republic of Denmark, what is the stance?
Yes.
We have to vote for the full resolution, full draft.
Full draft.
So far, what you guys have done is that up to 6 has been taken, right? No amendments can be made on 7. How many amendments have you made on 6? Too early. Yeah, so don't give them this much time to argue upon, right? So back and forth 2 arguments. That's it. Don't take more than 2 arguments. If they haven't concluded after 2 rounds, then put it to vote then and there. You're giving them 6 to 7 turns to argue back and forth. That doesn't happen. Thank you.
I should call each and everyone. Kingdom of Denmark, what is the stance is better? Yea, nay, or abstain?
Yes.
On this.
This amendment.
Amendment doesn't take individual voting, yaar. It goes. It's just yes or no on this. Okay. I'm asking you to finally move into the final voting of the final piece of paperwork, which has been amended. Yeah.
What is your opinion on the amendment put forward to operative paragraph number 6 by the Republic of France? All who vote in favor, raise their placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13. All who vote against, raise their placards. The amendment forwarded by the Republic of France has clearly passed with 13 votes in favor. Does any country wish to make any amendments to operative paragraph number 6? Okay, now we shall move on to additional amendment operative paragraphs. Does any country wish to add additional operative paragraphs? Yes, Republic of France, you have been recognized.
We would like to add 2 operative paragraphs. Condemns the Palgam terrorist attack of April 22nd, 2025, which killed 26 innocent civilians, and demands that the perpetrators and planners and the terror infrastructure supporting them be irreversibly neutralized,
consistent with the condemnation of terrorism in all of its forms and manifestation.
Are there any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the new operative paragraph proposed by the Republic of France has been adopted. Does any country wish to add any new operative paragraphs? Yes, sir. The Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been recognized.
Does that become operative paragraph number 7?
7, yes.
Yeah, then say it out.
Thus the new operative paragraph proposed by the Republic of France becomes operative paragraph number 7.
Okay. So now there are total 8 operative paragraphs in this piece of paperwork. Yes, you're out.
Does any country wish to add any more operative paragraphs?
Yeah.
Yes, the Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been recognized.
You can. There are options. If you do an addition amendment, there is provision to make more operative paragraphs in this. But at the end of the day, you are aware about the outcome, right? Yeah, that's it.
So, the Republic of Sierra Leone would like to add a new operative paragraph like emphasizing the role of civil society and non-governmental organization in supporting peace-building efforts and cross-border cooperation.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United States of America, you have been recognized.
Delegate of Sierra Leone, would you please clarify which are not the non-governmental organizations? Like some countries may manipulate the statement and say that LET, Lashkar-e-Taiba, could be a non-governmental organization and they are promoting peace. So to make sure, could you please clarify which are not the countries in non-governmental list? Thank you.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, Republic of Sierra Leone, you have been recognized.
So what I clearly meant about non-governmental organizations is that, just like you said, Lashkar-e-Taiba, so it's actually recognized by the global society. So what I would...
Is that a UN designated terrorist group, yes or no?
Yes.
That's it. Question itself is irrelevant.
So it is already recognized as a terrorist group. So even if it comes as a non-governmental organization, it cannot be accepted. Thank you.
Are there any oppositions? Yes, United States of America.
No, that question stops there. That's it. Thank you. Okay. 4-3 amendments. How many more amendments?
First, operative paragraph, new one.
New operative paragraphs. That also take max quota limit 5. Okay. But you have already rejected 2, so that makes it just 2 more turns. So you just take 2 more people if at all they're proposing new operative paragraphs. If not, end it there and proceed to vote.
Are there any oppositions? Seeing as there are there no oppositions to passing the operative paragraph number 8 put forward by the Republic of Sierra Leone. Seeing as there are no oppositions, the new operative paragraph put forward by the Republic of Sierra Leone has been adopted and has become the official 8th operative paragraph. Does any country wish to make any new operative paragraphs? Yes, again, Denmark, you have been recognized.
The delegation of Denmark would like to make the 9th operative paragraph as stresses the importance of counter-terrorism, cooperation and urges both India and Pakistan. Yes. Stresses the importance of counter-terrorism cooperation and urges both India and Pakistan to take concrete steps to prevent financing, support and movement of terrorist groups across the borders.
Is that a modification or an addition?
Addition of new operative paragraph.
Are there any oppositions to the new operative paragraph proposed by the Kingdom of Denmark? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the new operative paragraph proposed by the Kingdom of Denmark has been adopted and has become the official operative paragraph number 9. Does any country wish to make any new operative paragraphs? Yes, the Republic of Panama, you have been recognized.
So we would like to propose a new operatory paragraph which proposes the establishment of a UN Peace and Reconciliation Support Team, PRST, under the DPPA to facilitate communication, early warning and crisis de-escalation measures between India and Pakistan.
Addition.
Yes, we want to add a new paragraph.
Are there any oppositions? Seeing as there are no options, the new operative paragraph put forward by the Republic of Panama has been officially been adopted and has become the new 10th operative paragraph of this resolution. Does any country wish to make any new operative paragraphs? Slovenia. I forgot the name. Yes, the Republic of Slovenia, you have been recognized.
Delegation of Slovenia would like to add operative paragraph number 11 calls upon all parties to immediately and fully implement the Security Council's Women, Peace and Security Agenda as outlined in Resolution 1325 and further urges the meaningful inclusion of women in all phases of peace talks, humanitarian response and post-conflict reconstruction.
Are there any oppositions? Seeing as there are no oppositions, the amendment put forward that the new operative paragraph put forward by the Republic of Slovenia has been officially adopted and has been recognized as the 11th operative paragraph of this resolution. Now I propose to put the draft resolution to vote. Would any distinguished delegate of the Security Council like to make a statement before the vote? Yes, the representative of Denmark, you have been recognized.
Tag Ariel Formand, the Kingdom of Denmark will vote in favor of this resolution. It protects civilians, seeks truth, and restores dialogue. We urge every member to put the Charter and human lives above narrow advantage. Should any member, and particularly the Republic of China, dares to exercise veto, it will be seen as a betrayal of the victims and stain on this Council's conscience. Denmark will record its profound regret if that comes to pass. Thank you.
Now we shall be voting on the draft resolution. All those in favor, the Kingdom of Denmark, what's your stance on the draft resolution? Yea, nay, or abstain?
Yes.
The Republic of France, what is your stance on the draft resolution? Sorry, the Republic of Korea, what is your resolution on the? What is your stance on the draft resolution?
Yes.
The Republic of France, what is your resolution on the draft? What is your? The delegate of the Republic of France, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the Republic of Slovenia, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the Cooperative Republic of Ghana, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the Republic of Somalia, yes. The delegate of the Federal Republic of Somalia, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the Democratic the delegate of the Hellenic Republic, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the Republic of Panama, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the United States of America, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
The delegate of the People's Republic of China, yes, no, or abstain?
Yes.
No?
No. With veto.
As the People's Republic of China. Yes. Okay. The delegate of Pakistan, yes, no, or abstain?
No.
I see. I now. I as a delegate of the Russian Federation, also abstain. Since the draft resolution put forward on the India-Pakistan question has been vetoed by China, and the draft resolution can be said to have not passed. That said, this committee that said, this council is signed die.
Okay, everyone relax. The pressure is on. The marks are down, the papers are down, everything is done. So nothing to worry about. So thank you so much once again to the board members who's helped us, Secretary General Hannah, and the Secretary, your name? Anupama. And Hannah, as well as the delegate of Russian Federation, for giving us an energetic Security Council, much more diplomatic Security Council. Guys, a round of applause. Thank you. Sincere thanks to all the delegates who have played their part really well. And delegate of Pakistan and China, since they have voted against, and Russia has abstained. This document, which was been alleged to be incredibly in favor of India, with the kind of amendments made, has not been adopted because of China veto. Right? So this marks the end of Security Council. Thank you so much. It has been a really productive session with you all, and you all may leave for lunch break. So I request ma'am to please come forward and give them instructions as to where they should leave for lunch. Yep.
Thank you so much. So now we can break for lunch. All the delegates.
Distinguished delegates, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. The delegation of Afghanistan is honored to address this esteemed assembly of nations. Our world faces wars, poverty, gender inequality, and human rights violations, challenges that demand not only discussion but defensive action. For Afghanistan, UN reforms ensuring peace, justice, and equal rights for every citizen, especially women and children. We believe that the UN must become more inclusive and transparent, a place where the voice of struggling nations are heard, not ignored. The Security Council not should reflect today's global realities, not the power balance of the peace. Not can the UN truly protect peace and human dignity for all. Afghanistan believes that through genuine reform, that UN can restore the trust and believe a world where nations big or small can stand with pride and equality. Jai Jansena, thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Albania to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Azerbaijan to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, esteemed members of the United Nations, the Republic of Azerbaijan stands before this assembly as a nation of peace, progress and resilience. Located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, Azerbaijan has long served as a bridge between cultures, fostering dialogue, cooperation and mutual understanding. Our country is deeply committed to the principles of the United Nations, sovereignty, equality and sustainable development. Azerbaijan continues to play a constructive role in promoting regional peace and stability, particularly in the south. We are proud of our achievements in renewable energy, education and technology, and we continue to invest in a greener and more inclusive future. Azerbaijan also emphasizes humanitarian cooperation, extending support to nations facing crisis and disasters. As we look forward, Azerbaijan calls upon all member states to strengthen unity, respect international law and work together for a peaceful and prosperous world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Azerbaijan. I now request the delegate of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas extends warm greetings to this esteemed assembly. The United Nations has been our beacon of peace, cooperation and commitment for almost 80 years. Today, we face challenges that our founders may not have thought possible. Climate change, global inequalities and growing geopolitical tensions. The United Nations was born from the ash of World War, designed to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. For nearly 8 decades, it has served as a central forum for multilateralism, cooperation, and the development of international law. We, the Bahamas, are a proud and committed member of this body. Excellencies, the Bahamas is a small island nation, but we are a large ocean state. We have a huge stake in a fair, representative, and effective multilateralism system. For the Bahamas and for our brothers and sisters in other small island developing states, reform is not an abstract despotic exercise. It is a matter of survival. Let us find the geopolitical will to build a UN that can truly deliver a sustainable and secure future for all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Belgium to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the delegation of Belgium firmly believes that reforming the United Nations is not merely a demand of politics, it is a necessity of time. The world today is changing faster than ever before, and the UN must evolve to keep pace with the realities of the 21st century. Since its founding in 1945, the United Nations has played a vital role in maintaining peace and promoting human rights. However, we must admit that the UN's current structure does not fully reflect today's global balance of power. The Security Council, in particular, remains dominated by a few voices, while many regions, especially Africa, Latin America, and small developing nations, remain underrepresented. In conclusion, delegations Belgium, a reformed United Nations that is fair, effective, and forward-looking, a UN that listens to all, acts for all, and protects the rights and dignity of every human being. Let us reform not just the system, but the spirit of unity that the UN was built upon. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Belgium. I now request the delegate of Bosnia and Herzegovina to make their statement. I now invite the delegate of Burkina Faso to make their statement. I now invite the delegate of the Republic of Botswana to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Botswana recognizes the United Nations as the cornerstone of global peace, security, and cooperation. However, as the world evolves, so too must institution. Botswana believes that meaningful reform is essential to ensure the UN remain effective, representative, and responsive to the needs of all member states. We support measure to enhance transparency, accountability, and inclusivity within UN bodies, particularly the Security Council. It is imperative that smaller and developing nations have a stronger voice so that decisions reflect the collective interest of the global community rather than the privilege of a few. Furthermore, reform should strengthen the UN capacity to address conflict, promote sustainable development, and uphold human rights worldwide. Botswana envisions a United Nations that is a more equitable, representative, and better equipped to meet the challenges of our time. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Botswana. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Burundi to make their statement. I request the delegate of the Republic of Croatia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Croatia firmly believes that reforming the United Nations is not merely a choice. It's a necessity for ensuring that this institution remains relevant, credible, and effective in addressing 21st century challenges. We must strengthen the UN transparency, efficiency, and accountability, particularly within the Security Council, whose composition no longer reflects today's geopolitical realities. Croatia supports a more representative and inclusive council that gives equal voice to smaller and developing nations, ensuring decisions are based on consensus rather than privilege. Furthermore, reforms should enhance the UN capacity to uphold international law, promote sustainable development, and respond swiftly to humanitarian crises. Croatia envisions a reformed United Nations that embodies fairness, inequality, and shared responsibility, and organizations truly for the people, by the nations, and for the future of humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Croatia. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Djibouti to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the state of Eritrea to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to make their statement. I request the delegate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Fiji to make their statement.
Honorable President, Excellency, distinguished delegates, Fiji stands for multilateralism and the rules-based order, which safeguards small states. Our membership in the UN is demonstrated by our being the largest per capita contributor to UN peacekeeping for more than 4 decades. We call for a balanced perspective on every conflict. We cannot talk of the end in the war unless we assure the peaceful coexistence of Israel and the people of Ukraine. Lasting peace requires the truth and the respect for dignity of peoples on all fronts. While low-lying islands suffer the most, Fiji is getting ready to welcome our neighbors who could be displaced. Under the MVI applied immediately in order to graduate development issues. Fiji invites all member states to adopt more sincerely the United Nations founding values. Our common humanity is at stake depending on our ability to act united. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Fiji. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Ghana to make their statement.
Aman Nakunkumo, Mufuya Habo Hono, the delegation of Ghana. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Firstly, we congratulate the delegation of Germany for becoming a president of UNGA. The delegation of Ghana strongly believes that reforming the United Nations is essential to build a fair and more effective global system. Since its founding, the UN has worked for peace and progress. Today, many developing nations, including Africa, still lack strong voice in global decision making. Ghana believes that true reform means equal representation, transparency and fairness all member states. The UN must also focus on sustainable development, climate action and youth empowerment, ensuring that the next generation safer and stronger world. Ghana envisions a reforming UN that leads to every nation equality, where cooperation replaces conflict and unity guides our future. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Ghana. I now request the delegate of Grenada to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. Ethiopia, that the United Nations was founded to promote peace, Security Council and cooperation, but the world has changed scientifically since that its creation. We believe that meaningful reform is essential to ensure the UN reforms effectively and responsibly. Ethiopia calls for a more inclusive Security Council that is reflect the relatives of today's, giving greater voice to developing nations. As a nation commitment to religion, stability and cooperation, Ethiopia stands ready to work with all member states to and strengthen the UN, ensure it remains a true gradual of international peace and justice for all nations, large and small. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Guinea to make their statement.
Muzola, President, distinguished delegates. It's an honor and privilege for me to speak at this universal platform. Congratulations to the delegate of Germany as the President of the UNGA Assembly. The Republic of Guinea stands before this Assembly with deep respect to the ideas that gave birth to the United Nations. peace, cooperation, and equality among nations. Yet, as we approach 8 decades of the institution, it is clear that the UN must reform to meet the demands of a changing world. Africa, a continent of over 1 billion people, continues to have limited resources in the Council, where critical global decisions are made. Guinea firmly believes that a reformed United Nations must ensure fair representation, transparency, and accountability for all member states. Together, we can renew faith and create a United Nations that serves all humanity, not the few. Thank you very much.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Guinea. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Liberia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Federal Republic of Nigeria extends its warm greetings to its esteemed assembly and commends the United Nations of its enduring commitment to global peace and multilateral cooperation. Yet, as we gather under the banner of unity, we must confront a pressing truth. The structure of the United Nations no longer reflects realities of our contemporary world. Since its founding in 1945, our global landscape has transformed politically, economically, and demographically. However, the international institutions designed to govern it have remained largely unchanged. Africa, home to over 1.4 billion people and virtual partner in maintaining international peace, continues to lack permanent representation on the Security Council. Nigeria remains steadfast in its commitment multilateralism, the peacekeeping, and to the collective pursuit of a more and representative international order. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Nigeria. I now request the delegate of the Principality of Liechtenstein to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, it is an honor to address this assembly on behalf of the Principalities of Liechtenstein. The Principalities of Liechtenstein stand before this assembly as a proud advocate for peace, justice, and cooperation. Though small in size, our country firmly believes that every nation, regardless of territories or powers, has a moral responsibility to shape a fairer and more inclusive global order. It is in this spirit that we call for comprehensive reforms of the United Nations to make it more effective, accountable, and truly representative. The Security Council must evolve. Its structure rooted in the realities of 1945 no longer reflect today's diverse and interconnected world. Permanent membership and the powers of the vetoes have too often paralyzed actions in the moment of global crisis. Our country supports greater regional representations and restraints of the use of the vetoes, particularly in cases of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. No nation should have the right to silence justice. Let us together build a reformed United Nations that stands not for powerful, but for the principles of peace, justice, and humanity upon which it was founded. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Principality of Liechtenstein. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Madagascar to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Malawi to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania to make their statement.
Honorable Chairs, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Mauritania is honored to addresses this assembly on a matter of defense our sharper future, the reforms of United Nations. Since its founding in 1945, the UN has stood as a pillar of peace, cooperation, and justice. Yet today, we ask ourselves, does our organization truly reflect the world, or the world is it has once? Mauritania believes that the reforms is not a choice, it is a necessity. The global landscape has changed dramatically. New challenges such as climate change, inequality, and food insecurity, and digital threats demand a UN is a more representative, transparent, and effective. This Security Council must be restructured, include the fair representation from Africa, Latin America, and the developing world. Africa, a continent of over 1.4 billion people, cannot be remained unrepresented in the global decision making. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. I now request the delegate of the Federative States of Micronesia to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, and fellow representatives, the Federated States of Micronesia stands before this assembly with respect of United Nations and its mission to maintain peace, promote human rights, and ensure sustainable development. Yet we recognize that the world has changed, and so must the UN. Small island nations like Micronesia face growing challenges from climate change, rising sea levels, and limited representation in global decision making. The true reform means giving equal voice to all nations, regardless of size of power. The UN must strengthen climate action and ensure fair participation and modernize its system to meet today's relatives. Micronesia believes that a reform United Nations should be more inclusive, transparent, and more responsive. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Federative States of Micronesia. I now request the delegate of Mongolia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Mongolia, firmly believe that United Nations reform is essential to make our organization representative of today's world. The UN was founded 80 years ago, and the global landscape has changed. Mongolia believes that the United Nations is firmly not needs focused on power, but on fairness, cooperation, and on global solidarity. So let's stand together, and we can build the United Nations by together. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Mongolia. I now request the delegate of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Myanmar stands before this assembly with a clear message. The world needs a stronger, fairer, and more accountable United Nations. For countries like ours, where people continue to strive for peace, democracy, and human rights, the UN support is essential. UN reform must focus on action, not words. The organization should respond faster to crises, protect innocent lives, and ensure that justice is not limited by politics. Every nation, larger or small, must have equal voice in shaping global decisions. Myanmar believes that a reform UN become a true guardian of peace and human dignity, one that stands beside the people, not above them. Let us work together for a United Nations and serve humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Nicaragua to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegation of Nicaragua stands before this assembly with conviction and clarity. The current global order no longer serves the majority of the humankind. The architecture of the United Nations, especially the Security Council, remains trapped in the power structures of the past. True reform must begin with the democratization of Security Council. The voices of all nations, large and small, must carry equal weight in shaping of the future of our world. This assembly, the most democratic organ of the United Nations, must be the strengthener to guide our collective decisions. Here lies the expression of equality and multilateralism. Nicaragua calls upon this assembly to join the struggle for reform, fair and democratic United Nations, an institution worthy of its founding ideals of the people it claims to serve. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Nicaragua. I now request the delegate of the Republic of North Macedonia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegate of North Macedonia strongly believes the United Nations must reform, not tomorrow, but today. For decades, this institution has served as protector of peace and justice, but the problems present today, climate change, inequality, and digital conflict, require the UN to be as we should envision it in 2025, and not as form rooted in 1945. To have reform means to have re-emergence. It will mean that in the Security Council's work and representation reflect the reality of the world. It means that no matter how small or large, each nation's voice is recognized as important. It means transparency, accountability, and unity, with decisions being fair and inclusive of every UN member. The Republic of North Macedonia sees United Nations as taking action when it is time to act, bringing leadership when leadership is needed, and treating humanity equally and in a shared responsibility. The strength of this organization is not something we only speak about in its history. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of North Macedonia. I now request the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines stands in support of meaningful and influence reform the United Nations. UN has been a symbol of peace and cooperation and multilateralism. The truth of the structure of institution no longer reflects realities of our modern world. UN has a chapter emphasizes the equality of all members, and this equality obtained only in words. Small Iceland developing like ours continue to face marginalization and global decision our making. Every nation regards size and strength must have a seat, table and justice and peace. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I now request the delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make their statement.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to speak. Madam President, Excellencies and fellow delegates. An institution that does not reform with the world will soon find the world reforming without it. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia extends the warmest congratulations to Her Excellency of Germany in her election as President of United Nations General Assembly, and wishes her every success in leading our deliberations. Madam President, nearly 8 decades after its founding, the United Nations stands at a crossroads. Established in 1945 to preserve peace and promote cooperation, it now faces a world transformed by new conflict, climate threats, and social inequalities. To remain effective, the UN must evolve not in form alone, but in spirit and purpose. Madam President and fellow delegates, reform is not an act of ambition, it is an act of survival. Because when justice is selective, peace becomes elusive. And when the United Nations fails to reform, the world itself risks losing its faith in it. Shukran Zazilan.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Sudan to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Sudan to make their statement. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Madagascar to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Madagascar believes that the United Nations must be reformed to be better serve all countries, especially developing nations. We support change that make UN more fair, transparent and efficient in solving global problems. We encourage giving more voice to smaller nations in important decisions and improving how UN responds to crises like climate changes, poverty and conflicts. By doing so, the UN can work faster and better for everyone. Madagascar is ready to work with all countries and make the United Nations stronger, fair, and more efficient for future. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Madagascar. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Sweden to make their statement.
Hezzali Hopa, Array Delegator, welcome now. How can the United Nations lead the world if it refuses to change with it? How can equality be spoken of when the Security Council still reflects 1945, not 2025? The Kingdom of Sweden stands not in silence, but in strength to demand a United Nations that reflects today's world, not yesterday's power. As Kofi Annan said, we need to make the United Nations more effective, more efficient, and more equitable. These words are not echoes of the past, they are a call to action for today. The UN Charter calls for peace, equality, and justice. Peace cannot exist without fairness, and equality means nothing without representation. Can global peace be secured by a council where most nations have no permanent seat? Sweden stands firmly for representation, accountability, and transparency. A reformed council must reflect today's power, not yesterday's power. The Kingdom of Sweden proudly stands shoulder to shoulder with African nations in the rightful call for inclusion and fairness. A continent of 54 nations and over 1 billion people cannot remain voiceless in shaping global peace. As Dag Hammarskjöld, a proud CUD and former Secretary General once said, the UN was not created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. These words remind us the UN exists to act, to protect, to uphold justice, and to deliver peace for all. Let this assembly be remembered for not for hesitation, but for courage, for building United Nations that truly represents all nations, all peoples, and all voices. Honorable delegates, the world is watching. The time for reform is here, and the time is now. Sokode, thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Sweden. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Tunisia to make their statement.
Ya da al-Umam al-Muttahida al-Muhtarimin. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Tunisia believes that the reforming of the United Nations is not merely an aspiration, but it is an urgent necessity. When the UN was founded in 1945, it stood as a symbol of peace, equality, and hope for humanity. But today, as our world faces new conflicts, inequality, and environmental changes, the United Nations must evolve to meet the needs of new generations. Tunisia recognizes the growing concerns about unequal representation and limited participation in global decision making. Too often, the voices of
member state be build United Nations that is stronger, more so world like to respond to the quickly to crisis. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Sudan. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Uzbekistan to make their statement.
A very good afternoon to one and all. With immense pride and joy, we welcome you all to the Valedictory function of the United Nations Replica 2025, hosted by Labour India Gurigalam Public School.
Over the past few days, our young delegates have debated, deliberated, and collaborated on global issues with passion and purpose, reflecting the true spirit of the United Nations. Today, we gather to celebrate their efforts, achievements, and the spirit of diplomacy they have displayed throughout this enriching experience.
Let us begin the solemn occasion by seeking the blessings of the Almighty. May this moment mark the culmination of a journey filled with learning, understanding, and unity. I request everyone to rise for a moment of silent prayer. Thank you. Please be seated.
To extend a warm and formal welcome to this distinguished gathering, may I now invite Sri Rajesh George Kulangira, Managing Director of the Labour India Group of Schools and Educational Institutions, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected student delegates of UN Replica 2025, Chief Guest of our valedictory function, Dr. Sri Thomas sir, respected teachers, and my dear parents. On this occasion of the valedictory function of UN Replica 2025, I congratulate each of the distinguished delegates of UN who actively participated, debated, deliberated, and resolved the agenda items we had in Security Council and General Assembly. I hope these discussions, debates were enlightening to each one of you. The kind of research that you have done, the kind of homework you have done, kind of practice that you have done for this UN replica was meticulous. And I hope you carry the message of UN in your life and studies as well. I wish that UN Replica inspires you to pursue your career in global diplomacy and also career avenues in United Nations as well. I take this opportunity to welcome our dignitary, our chief guest for the valedictory function, Dr. Sri Thomas sir. He's a member of our family, a well-wisher of Labour India, and guru of our guru. He's been a luminary in the field of education, and he has been a guiding force for Labour India from the very beginning of our Labour India group. On behalf of Labour India family, I welcome sir to this august gathering. Welcome, sir. The dignitary today is our graduate of UN Replica, Domil Anthony. Domil has been a very active student of Labour India Public School. He outperformed the students across India to become the best delegate of UN Replica and also multiple model UNs. He also attempted a world record to participate in the maximum number of model UNs during COVID while he was in grade 12. And that is an achievement because it was recognized by universities inside and outside the country. The kind of spirit that he demonstrated to actively participate and prepare for more than 100 plus model events in a single year is a milestone achievement by any delegate of any model event anywhere in the world. I congratulate Domil for his achievement, and he is graduating Ashoka University, one of the finest universities in India, with full scholarship. And I hope to see him shining bright in the world of global diplomacy in the coming years. And we are happy to welcome him back as the mentor of UN Replica 2025. As we had discussed earlier, I look forward to each one of you kindling the lights of hope and spirit of global diplomacy in coming years in your school, in your community, in your family, and among your brothers and sisters. Looking forward to a global fraternity of diplomats in the coming years, and wish you all the very best and welcome you all back to the 2026 edition of UN Replica. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for your continued leadership that guides every endeavor of Labour India.
We are privileged to have with us Dr. Syriac Thomas, a renowned academician and visionary in the field of higher education. He has served as a Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, Acting Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology, and Pro-Vice Chancellor and Acting Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala. He presently serves as a member of the National Commission of Minority Education Institutions of India.
Dr. Thomas's vast experience and commitment to education have made him an inspiration to countless students and educators. We are deeply honored to invite Dr. Syriac Thomas to deliver the valedictory address.
My dear and very esteemed Sri Rajesh, all the members of the faculty, parents, and the respected delegates who have attended yesterday and today. The UN Replica 2025. I have had the privilege of associating with this UN Replica from its beginning as Sri Rajesh's father, the founder of this Labour India event, I must say, happened to be my student while I was teaching in the St. Thomas College, Palai, for 4 decades back. So I had the privilege of getting associated with almost all events organized by Sri George and now his sons. I'm happy to be associated, and I feel so proud and privileged in coming again to this UN display that this year has also witnessed. Originally, Sri T.P. Srinivasan, IFS, who happens to be my own batchmate while we were preparing for the exams 60 years back. He had been ever since this experience and experiment had started here. He was the mentor consistently for the last couple of years. Today, as he had to rush back to Trivandrum, Sri Rajesh asked me to come and fill in the gap. But Srinivasan, as you know, had made a mark not only as a diplomat, but also as a fine administrator, as after his retirement from the service, he also served for 5 years as the chairman of the Kerala State Higher Education Council. The chairman of the Higher Education Council is considered as the Vice Chancellor of Vice Chancellors. Precedence goes to the chairman of the Higher Education Council when the Vice Chancellors are convened. So, Sri Srinivasan was able to make his imprint not only in the diplomatic world, but also in the field of higher education. Anyway, I am happy that I am offered the opportunity to step in to the gap which he had to make as compulsions had compelled him to be in Trivandrum. I am pleasantly surprised to find that Labour India had been proving its caliber in organizing this UN Replica every year, connected with the UN Day celebrations. One of the rights I feel that I have to be here is I had the good fortune of being born on the UN Day, which happened to be yesterday, 24th of October. So every year when I used to come here, George used to remind me of that special privilege of mine. Anyway, this year also, I get the chance to speak on UN the next day of the UN Day celebrations. Education essentially is a formation. Education is also a transformation. Information actually constitutes only the third part. Information you can gather from the classrooms, from the textbooks, from the surroundings, from your own seniors, your own friends, and so on. Whereas formation has to happen from the campus. and also from the institution where you are trusting that your learning process in that institution will be beneficial for you. We all know that Kerala has had earlier, I may say, the reputation as the best state, both in literacy and in the quality of education. But the latest statistics tells us that the first rank has now gone to Meghalaya, comparatively a smaller state than ours. Reasons may be many. This is not a forum to discuss that count. What I am interested in emphasizing is, it is a responsibility of the rulers, a responsibility of the teachers, and the responsibility of the very society of Kerala that we regain and get back the old record of being the first among all the states of the country. We have to make a research into the reasons, as also we have to think of the possible remedies with which we can make up what we have lost. We know that education has to be something beyond the classrooms, something beyond the textbooks, and something beyond the teachers. Unless you realize that education is beyond all these factors, you cannot reap the benefits of education. You have to learn from home. You have to learn from your neighbors. You have to learn from your classmates. You have to learn from your teachers. You have to learn from newspapers, electronic media. All these sources are there. But what is going to be more important is that you have to learn from the nature. You have to learn from your homes. You have to learn from your parents. And you have to learn from your surroundings. Unless you know the geography of your own country and the geography of the neighbors of our country, and also the politics of our neighboring countries, the success stories of our neighbors, and also the stories of humiliations that they also had to suffer in the long process of history. World is changing. World is changing every day. That you also know. Every day we read from the press, from the papers, from the social media, and from our collective gatherings that changes are happening around us. You cannot live in a static world. So what you have to imagine, what you have to plan, what you have to think, what you have to prepare and struggle is to make yourself properly equipped and competent to survive as a successful person in a highly competitive world. World has become so competitive. Changes are happening around us in unimaginable speed and also in unimaginable dimensions. We have no escape. The only methodology with which you can survive as a successor, a successful person, is to make yourself competent enough to survive in a competitive world. In international affairs, we know that each country will have to fight for that survival, because the world is always lives in tension. And you find that around yourself you are finding opportunities are also becoming highly competitive. To get a proper placement, a chance to establish your identity and your place in the life map of your personality. Never try to imitate others. You find your own identity. You understand your own uniqueness as a person. A person destined to be successful. We know that in a highly competitive world, the slogan is to be successful. Unless you are successful, you are nowhere. So you have no other option but to be successful. This is applicable to the countries of the world also. That is why, as part of your learning process, Labour India has been consistently organizing this UN Replica for the last 10 years. You are learning by being here. You are learning the politics of the world by listening to the rehearsals that are being organized here. And I congratulate the Labour India leadership for consistently bringing an authority on UN like CTP Srinivasan all these years, ever since this event has been organized first. I am sure that you are going to be the beneficiaries. Unless you know the art of UN, the art of debates there, the art of the diplomatic balances that are being preserved, the friendships that are made, the enmities that are strategically imagined and planned. All these are part of the UN. We know that UN has been a gift given by God to a warring world. We know that during the last days of the Second World War, all the world leaders had put their heads together and decided that there should be an organization to stand as a wall between war and the world. And the UN, we have to give the credit that the UN had been serving that purpose during the last 75 years and more by preventing world wars. Even if there are wars, to contain it region-wise, only in places territorially confined. There are so many people who argue now, including Trump, I must say, with all respect to the President of the United States. Including Trump, we know that many people are arguing that the usefulness or the worth of the UN is gone. It is just the other way around. UN may not be having an army of its own, but we know that through the diplomatic procedures, through the friendships entertained, the United Nations make the war far away from the day-to-day world. So that is the purpose of the UN. That is the usefulness of the UN. So we cannot afford to lose the UN. UN has to be there. UN may be fighting for funds, may be struggling to survive. In spite of all that, we have to agree, we have to make a pledge to support the UN so that it may stand between the war and the world, which it has during the last 75, 80 years. So even in the days ahead, I believe, firmly I believe, that the UN will have that kind of a role as an angel of peace to keep a warring world to come to a world of friendship. I find as the most positive side of your meeting, this two-day event here, is that you also, representing whatever nation, technically in this event, you also have developed your friendship beyond the barriers of your schools. Going beyond the barriers of your schools, you are also developing friendship, goodwill, which will certainly provide you with more opportunities to open the doors of your heart while you are listening to teachers opening the gates of your wisdom. I'm very happy that you had been here for 2 days, continuously, consistently, learning the art of governance of the UN, the art of the debating skills that had been demonstrated on the UN floor. We know that India had the good fortune of once leading the UN. Leading the UN means during the days of V.K. Krishna Menon, while Jawaharlal Nehru was our Prime Minister, Krishna Menon happened to be the main attraction in the meetings of the UN Security Council as also the UN General Assembly. We know that the first woman president of the United Nations happened to be from India. Vijayalakshmi Pandit. And we find even Shashi Tharoor was privileged to serve as the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. India may not be having much of a war power, but in preventing the war through peaceful means and measures, India also had contributed substantially, I must say, in building up a world of peace, a world of harmony, a world of goodwill, a world of fine brotherhood. Let us have that kind of a world as our goal. And I am sure in the educational history of Kerala, I am sure Labour India will have a place on record that as an institution which has initiated this kind of an experiment here by providing opportunities to many other schools, many of the prestigious schools, which has made a record as the worthy and the best institutions of our contemporary society. Let us pray for the UN. Let us convey our good wish to the UN, because the UN must be there for our own survival as peace-loving people living under the sky. Thank you very much for the privilege. I congratulate those who are rated, assessed, and to be declared as the best debaters by assessing and measuring your contributions. You know that this kind of an experiment is always giving you chances to sharpen your mind and equally sharpen your talents. Debating talents, your strength of using the language, and also making yourself acquainted with the beauty of the accent of English. We like it or not, English has to remain as a connecting language in the world to come, as it is so in the current world too. So my good wishes to you all, because the world has to trust the new generation. We are all on the other side of our age. So the time is in your own hands. Days ahead comes to your hands. You have to shape the new world. You have to make it a worthy world to live in. I pray as an old teacher that let the heavens shower its blessings on all of you to be enough worthy to support the world to survive, a world which has been created by the all-powerful Creator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening and inspiring address. Your words have truly added meaning and depth to this occasion.
We are indeed honored to have among us our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Cyriac Thomas, former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, and a distinguished academic leader.
As a token of our respect and appreciation, may I invite Sri Rajesh Jojkalangara, Managing Director of Labour India Group of Schools and Educational Institutions, to honor our chief guest, Dr. Syriac Thomas.
All of you, kindly raise up. Thank you, sir. This gesture reflects our heartfelt appreciation for Dr. Syriac Thomas' gracious presence and his invaluable contribution to education and public service. Now, we come to the most anticipated part of today's function, the announcement of results and distribution of prizes for the outstanding delegates of the United Nations Replica 2025.
We are honored to have Dr. Syriac Thomas with us to present the awards to our deserving winners.
I request Mr. Dormal to announce the result.
A very warm good evening to one and all present here. I just don't want to take a lot of your time, but I'll just take a minute or so. United Nations Replica 2025, it's our 10th edition, as you all may have by-hearted by now. This conference has shown us that global issues really do not require complex solutions, but it requires simple solutions at practical places at the right time. And this is something I've been constantly told that we should be making it as an agenda item for the United Nations. That being said, conferences like UN Replica hold a very important place in my heart. Thank you so much to Rajesh sir for his valuable words. Thank you so much to Syriac Thomas sir for his valuable words. That being said, my journey to this platform has not been simple. I've seen, the thing with me is that I'm able to relate to United Nations in every single form. United Nations could be seen, ladies and gentlemen, in every single corner. You know, KK Shailaja, she is an inspiration as to why United Nations awarded her. The Cochin International Airport is a place which has received UN Champion of the World Award. Western Ghats is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. A lot of members from the state who's gone has went ahead and made the UN stage important. And so therefore, UN is not far from our lives. It works within us. It is there within us. So as young minds, I hope and I pray that this conference have truly enlightened you to come up to this particular occasion, as well as learn a little bit more about UN as a whole. That being said, the responsibility that is assigned to me is to formally declare the awards for this edition of UN Replica. We have 3 categories of awards, and these category of awards are 3rd positions, which is also called the Special Mention Award, 2nd position, known as the High Commendation Award, and finally the Best Delegate, which is the winner's trophy. As we might have known, there were 208 participants across 10 different schools and debating over 180 plus speeches. That being said, without any further ado, special mention in a particular order, the 7th position or special mention award number 5 goes to the delegate of Panama, Avantika Biju, Labour India Public School. I request the delegate of Panama, Avantika Biju, to come and collect honors. The 7th position in the 10th edition of UN Replica, competing against 208 students. The delegate of Panama showed her mettle through absolutely on-spot arguments as to why she emerged a place in the podium. Coming off to number 6th position, we have another delegate. This delegate was a double delegate representing in both UNSC and UNGA, and a delegate who was very eager in giving solutions. I mentioned at the end of day 2 that solutions are something you need to really focus on. And one delegate really did their absolute honesty towards that. At number 6 position comes the delegate of the French Republic, Harold Rajesh George, Labour India Public School. Many congratulations, delegate. Coming to number 5th, we have another delegate who has stood by their ground, especially during the informal consultation. The delegate also has one of the best expressions for any public speaker out there. So, with all those credits said, any guesses, anybody? Please come over the stage, said it. At number 5th position, delegate of Denmark, Ishan D. Many congratulations, delegate of Denmark. We loved your sense of understanding global diplomacy to it. That being said, coming to the top 4 awards, and this would be the second last special mention also to be given out. Special mention number 2 goes to a delegate who has not been very well visible, but in terms of content, this delegate have absolutely simply the best research. Representing Algebra Global School, we have the delegate of Algeria, Minhaj Sharon. Congratulations, delegate of Algeria. You truly outsmarted pretty much everyone in this conference except for 3. Now, coming to the 3rd position, or the second runner-up for UN Replica 2025, a delegate who is so passionate, a delegate who came up to me and asked me yesterday that can I participate in UNSC as well. And this delegate was very active yesterday as delegate of Iceland. Many congratulations to Sai Madhav Nambiar, Marymount Public School, Katachura. Coming to the first runner-up, essentially, who is also winning a cash award of 5,000 rupees and also taking home a title to be crowned. First runner-up was a delegate who only took part in one council session, and really did justice in pretty much acing out throughout the DR process. And we have a very strong female representation here. Best wishes to the delegate of Australia, Saira Maria Soni, Marymount Public School, Katachura. The first runner-up for UN Replica 2025. Now, coming to the topmost award. Okay, many congratulations, Saira, once again. Okay, yeah. Now, also speak a little bit about this delegate. Delegate had 2 amendments passed, which was added into the draft. Got her critical points in the documentation process yesterday, raised multiple objections to unnecessary amendments, and really showed us what diplomacy and understanding of global geopolitics in terms of foreign policy should be like. So many congratulations once again to Saira Maria Soni. As we move to the top award, this will be a lot of suspense. I know a lot of people will be disappointed after this, but got to be telling you, one of India's most finest athletes, Pilavulagandi Thekeparambil Usha, missed a bronze medal in the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics by 0.01 marks. And many of you who has not made it to podium is in Usha's shoes right now. It doesn't mean that you do not have the ability or you do not have an opportunity to come back and win this competition next year. This is a humble bit of advice I'm giving to everyone so as you do not take your results to the heart. Now, without any further ado, at first position and also the winner of UN Replica 2020, let's say Sare Jahan se Acha Hindustan Hamara, the delegate of, any guesses? The Republic of India, the best delegate of UN Replica 2025. Georgie Jojo, Reberedia Public School. Many congratulations, Georgie, and this marks a historic opportunity and a historic win in the 10th edition of UN Replica. Delegate showed why debating skills, why diplomacy, and all of these are portions of an equation that is to be melted together. Many congratulations. Again, guys, a loud round of applause to Georgie Jojo, who's taken home the Best Delegate Award. All right. That being said, thank you so much, everyone. And also, in my capacity as the event vendor, I also like to declare the event closed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Dommel.
Congratulations to all the winners. Your dedication, preparation, and performance have made this event truly remarkable.
And to all the participants, your enthusiasm, diplomacy, and teamwork have been commendable. You are all winners in spirit.
Now, we have a very special appreciation and a token of love. It's none other than our dearest Mr. Dommel, alumnus of Labour India Public School, for his valuable contribution, mentoring, and hard work behind the success of UN Replica 2025. Now, I request our Honorable Director, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, to pass the token of love. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Dommel.
To express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event a grand success, may I now invite Ms. Beena Olahannan, our Residential Vice Principal, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Cyril Thomas, our respected Managing Director, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, beloved Residential Director and Principal, Ms. Tinu Rajesh, distinguished guests, respected teachers, esteemed delegates, and dear students. Good evening to one and all. Before I extend my words of gratitude, let me take a moment to reflect my personal gratitude for this wonderful opportunity to be part of this great learning experience. The United Nations Replica is not merely an event. It is a learning experience that mirrors the global platform of the UN. It provides students with the opportunity to step into the shoes of world leaders to discuss, deliberate, and seek solutions for global challenges. It encourages our young minds to think beyond boundaries, to understand the value of unity, dialogue, and cooperation, and to work together for a peaceful and sustainable world. As we come to the close of this inspiring and enriching journey, it's my proud privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Labour India Gurukulam Public School. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to our chief guest and mentor, Dr. Cyriac Thomas, former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University, for gracing this occasion with your esteemed presence. Sir, your thought-provoking valedictory address has been a source of great inspiration and has reminded us of the power of education and integrity in shaping responsible global citizens. Yes, sir, we will learn and work together for a world of peace and world of harmony. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our Managing Director, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, for your visionary leadership, constant encouragement, and guidance. Sir, your commitment to nurturing young minds and promoting global understanding continues to inspire every initiative at Labour India. Our sincere appreciation goes to Mr. Damal, an alumnus of Labour India Public School, for your dedicated efforts in guiding and mentoring our students throughout this United Nations replica. Your commitment and direction have been instrumental in making this event a grand success. We extend our gratitude to our senior principal, Ms. Sujake George, for her blessings and guidance. We also express our gratitude to Ms. Tinu Rajesh, our residential director and principal, for your unfailing support, coordination, and leadership, which have ensured the smooth and successful conduct of this program. We also extend our appreciation to all the delegates from various schools who participated with enthusiasm, intellect, and passion. Your active involvement has truly brought the spirit of the United Nations to life within these walls. A warm note of thanks to all our teachers and non-teaching staff, volunteers for their dedicated service, teamwork, and behind-the-scene efforts that made this event possible. And to our dear students, whose energy and commitment have been the heartbeat of this program. Thank you for making this United Nations replica a vibrant celebration of learning and unity. As we conclude, let us carry forward the message this event has taught us, that through understanding, cooperation, and dialogue, we can indeed unite with the nations and work together for a better world. Once again, I extend my sincere thanks to each and every one of you for your presence, support, and your goodwill. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious words of appreciation and gratitude.
We extend our sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Cyriac Thomas, our Managing Director, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, respected teachers, and all our delegates for their valuable presence and wholehearted participation.
May the lessons learned and the experience shared during this United Nations replica inspire each one of us to become thoughtful, responsible, and compassionate global citizens.
Thank you, one and all. Congratulations to all the participants and winners.
Let the spirit of United Nations continue to guide us towards peace, progress, and unity. Thank you.
Please be seated. We'll continue with the speech. The delegates of other schools, please come and collect your certificate of participation from the mic point. Any representative can come and collect.